welcome back again to another episode of your favorite true crime and criminal culture podcast. My name is Brendan.
And I am Malia.
And welcome to the show. So, what's different?
The setting.
Yeah, our background. So, as most of you know, or actually, if you're the podcast listeners, you might not know, like the true crime talk show watchers and viewers, but we did a full remodel on the set, and it looks incredible and amazing. And we're just waiting on a couple details. So. A couple things to be finalized, and then you guys will be able to get to see it. Everyone will be able to get to see it, and it will be our main background. So hopefully next week we will be on it and there and good to go. But until then, you got this background.
Yes, you do.
But it won't change a thing. We are still going to cover the same amount of topics. We're still going to do everything Thought Riot podcasty that we always do and have fun doing it.
Absolutely.
All right. So the only thing that we weren't doing, because I'm just trying to shorten it, because I guess this is a good update too, because if you're one of the podcast listeners, you're also going to be impacted by this. But my normal editing style, where there's a whole bunch of stuff flying all over the screen, pictures and question marks and all kinds of stuff, that is on pause for right now. There is a lot going on with the remodel and my new position with the CIA, and it's just a lot. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be covering the same topics, content, everything, just less editing to be able to still give you guys the content in a shorter amount of time. So hopefully you still enjoy it. I know I'm still going to enjoy it because I'm going to be learning and figuring things out and expanding my knowledge and doing it with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brought to you by your favorite host. Yes.
Rude.
All right. So
rude.
Thought Riot Podcast AXIOM. We commit to being honest, intelligent, unscripted, and interesting conversations, bringing information we get, following it to wherever it leads, holding nothing back, sharing brutal honesty the entire time. We censor nothing.
And talk about everything.
Yes. Welcome to the show. Did you almost forget to say it?
No.
Oh, that was an intentional awkward delay?
Yep, it was.
Awesome. All right. So what do we have going on tonight?
Yeah, well, first I just want to say, give us a like, share with anyone you know. You can find us on any podcast platform, YouTube, a review, leaving a review on those podcast platforms. It all helps a lot. But anyway.
It does go a long way, and that's something I probably should have said before we did the topics we're going to cover tonight. But just the rundown, if you guys haven't joined our Discord, I highly suggest it. We also have a Patreon that is up and running, and we have a free tier. If you like getting alerts and you can't depend on the YouTube notifications, that's where you're going to get them. So be there.
Yes, it's the best place for sure.
It is.
But tonight I'm going to be covering, for my three topics, some details around IGG, the DOJ intern policy on IGG, and also I came across some videos that were interesting for me, learning and expanding my knowledge on IGG, and one of them was an interview with Bicka Barlow, who we saw on the stand as a expert witness in the
Yeah.
Kohberger case, and also her declaration, where she said it was a partial sample, that his Kohberger's or the sheath DNA sample was partial and ambiguous. She did an interview because she's going to be doing a presentation in this year, January 19th, on the implications of IGG in the legal system, and privacy concerns and all kinds of things. It was really interesting.
And she's a big deal, like
she is a big
really
deal.
big deal when it comes to this topic. And I don't think that's something that we or I emphasized enough the last time that we talked about Bicka Barlow, partially because I didn't understand how big of a deal she was.
She's a
And
trailblazer, and
yeah, like one of the leading in the entire world.
well yeah, I think people don't understand how new IGG is, which we'll get into a little bit here when I cover that topic. But it's super new, and that's why we don't really have any laws on it. That's why there's no precedent really set yet on it. It really just got started with cold cases, but that is not the intended use, at least by the FBI. They plan on, I think the Kohberger case is the only real new active case where it was used that's of this scale. Then I'm going to be talking about, because the Ted Bundy sorority murders have been compared to the Kohberger case a lot. I wanted to kind of compare and contrast the two and take a look back at that specific crime, and talk about it a little bit. And then we're going to be talking about the new tragic murders of Savannah Soto and her boyfriend Matthew in Texas. It's one I have seen all over the internet, a lot of rumors and speculation. There's been a couple arrests, and it's a really sad case. So we're going to talk about that.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I like all those. So my three. The first one is going to be a continuation off of last week's content, which actually is dropping tomorrow, but it is the topic of objectivity versus subjectivity. So we're going to go a little bit deeper, and we're going to talk about like the differences between fact, theory, and hypothesis, because somebody suggested this. One of our viewers did, and I thought it was an incredible idea, because when they sent it to me, obviously, I think everybody knows what a fact, theory, hypothesis, and law is when it comes to science. And a criminal investigation is like 90% science once you've gathered all the evidence and everything. But I personally couldn't sit there and define them when I was reading that comment. So I was like, man, we definitely need to talk about that further. So this is going to be part 2 to the objectivity subjectivity topic, going into a little bit of a deeper look into the objectivity portion. And I think it'll give a good understanding of how subjectivity could kind of inhibit, add to, or change these objective ways of thinking. So number 2 is going to be the Donovan Nicholas case. Now, a lot of content creators have been covering this in the last 6 months because he recently got released. Do you know who it is? No? Okay. So just save your... I should be telling you to save your curiosity. But yeah, just hang in there, and we'll be covering that here shortly. And then number 3, we are going to get into the Ruby Frank and Jodi Hildebrandt updates. Both of them have seen the judge now.
Interesting.
It is interesting and scary and concerning.
I know the few things, which I haven't heard a ton, because I knew you were going to talk about it, and I would learn everything about it then. But the few things that I've seen have been horrible.
Yeah, and I mean, I try really hard to stay objective, but with this one, we're going to get gossipy with it, just because the details that came with the plea of these two, insane. Like, you literally have to be a sociopath not to feel some kind of emotional anger, frustration,
Disgust.
with this topic. It is insane, absolutely insane. So stick in there and check it all out. It should be fun, a good time. Yay, party.
Ew.
All right, so let's get into the Thought Riot breaking news, not updates.
So, one crazy one that I've seen popping up on the news is the release of unsealed court documents in the Jeffrey Epstein case.
Yeah, I
Remember
have seen that floating around.
the book of names, his little black book?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
that's not what's actually being released. It is the court documents, it's depositions, it's affidavits, it's all, interviews, all kinds of things. And we're seeing names mentioned here. And what we have right now, we're recording January 6th of 2024, isn't even everything. There's going to be hundreds more released in the coming days.
Is there really a black book?
No, I don't think so.
Because
that's just like it's the court documents. I don't think there's legit like a black book of names.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm trying to come up with is like, okay, maybe there's not a literal black book, but is there a black book of names? Meaning, is there a list of names that they have confirmation that was being used or partnered with Jeffrey Epstein?
In his illegal,
or just the flight manifest?
They have the flight manifest, and we have mentions of names throughout this from victims, from Ghislaine, from various people. Jeffrey himself, like there was an email that mentioned Michael Jackson about one of the victims' claims about Michael Jackson, or no, was it Michael Jackson? I think it might have been Michael Jackson.
I don't know. We should probably triple check that one, though.
No, Michael Jackson absolutely was mentioned. And also, one of the victims met him at Jeffrey's, I think it's Palm Beach house. So he has been mentioned in this. I know that for a fact. But there was one claim in an email I thought it was about Michael Jackson. I was watching that on a show earlier, talking about like, or no. That was Stephen Hawking. My bad. Because that was one that was really strange. That is the only mention of Stephen Hawking that I've seen. And in the email, it was an email from, I believe, Jeffrey to Ghislaine talking about proving one of the victim's statements that was untrue about Stephen Hawking being involved in like an underage orgy.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's any. The thing is that all these names mentioned in these court documents, there's very few that we have like evidence that they actually did anything.
Okay. And that's what I was wondering, is because with how politicized this topic is, it is going to be everything to make sure that, as this information continues to unfold, that we stay as objective as possible with this situation, to where I personally don't believe anything unless I can literally physically see the evidence, like this idea of a black book. Okay. Well, he was a businessman, you know what I mean? And I'm not making excuses, because I think Jeffrey Epstein is disgusting, and I have seen enough evidence to know he's disgusting. But did every single person he associated himself with have something to do with his disgusting darkness that we've seen through the last decades? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I don't think so.
Right. No. I don't think there's evidence of that. But I would love to see real evidence of the people that have been associated with him during those times that he had that, the victims with him and things like that, because those would be people I'd definitely be looking into.
Yeah, and Michael Jackson and Stephen Hawking, those are two of the biggest names that were mentioned. And like Naomi Campbell is mentioned at one point. She claimed that she had no idea what was going on in Epstein's personal life or his illegal, extracurricular activities. And I
Which
think
makes sense.
for most famous people that knew him, I would say that's probably the case. But I think the public has the right to this information because it is a red flag if they were associated with him. But that doesn't mean, I mean, no one else has been charged, in anything. So, and I think if there was real evidence, they probably would be, since this is all coming out. But I mean, I think we have the right to see who was going to that island, who was visiting that island, who was hanging out with him, because that island is known for being what it was. So if you visited that place, like, that's a red flag for me, and I'm going to look at your other actions and other things to see, are you like that?
Is there a possibility of guilt there? Yeah, absolutely. Because again, too, one thing I just want to clarify is, like, visiting that island doesn't mean you're guilty. It's just a red flag. It's just a reason to look deeper, like you were saying, into somebody's past and background. Because again, just looking at it from a business perspective, if I was Jeffrey Epstein and if I was had hundreds of millions of dollars and making multiple different business moves in multiple different industries all the time, and I'm trying to land deals and stuff like that, you salesmen, the people that you're trying to land deals with, and you're going to take care of them. Hey, let me invite you out to my island. Let me show you that I can back all of my claims that I'm talking about. Let me show you a good time. Let me do it. It doesn't necessarily mean there's something wrong going on. But if you're that person that visited that island and nothing weird went on, it was completely above water and legitimate, wouldn't you be willing to be comfortable having your background looked into to make sure that the rest of the people that did visit there and were doing illegal things get caught?
That's why I trust the people who have come out and spoken more than I trust the people who are avoiding anything to do with it.
Right.
The people who absolutely are, like, hiding and won't talk about it are the people that I have major red flags over. Like, Naomi Campbell came out, said, I didn't know anything about this. Trump actually was said to be the one person out of everyone who actually got on the call and cooperated and offered up any information he could to help, which was kind of crazy to me, but I don't know what that means. Like, why is he the only single one to do that?
I mean, I don't know. He is, if Naomi Campbell.
Yeah, that was a public statement. Trump got on the phone with the authorities and actually offered information.
That could be a sign of his ego at the same time, though.
I know.
I don't want to go down the political.
No, we're talking about the
here,
person.
But whether you believe that, whether you're a Trump supporter or not, everyone knows he has an ego. Like, it just comes with the guy. You know what I mean? So it might be egotistical where he hopped on the call and like, I don't need a lawyer to tell me what to do. I'm just going to talk straight to him. Where you have people like Naomi Campbell, who is literally a brand. Like, her entire income is her, and she is a brand. You know what I mean? I don't think she has the ability to just go out and talk to authorities.
Yeah.
There's a reason why you have, like, brand managers and people managers and things like that.
Yeah. So some of the biggest names named in this were Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, and neither one of them seemed to be more implicated or anything based off of what we've seen so far. Michael Jackson, Sarah Kellen, which was Epstein's former assistant, Jean-Luc Brunel, who was a French modeling agent suspected of scouting girls for Epstein, and who also offed himself by hanging in a Paris jail in 2022 while awaiting trial for accusations of the R word.
Interesting.
Yep.
Weird.
Bill Richardson, who's the former governor of Mexico, who has
New Mexico,
yes, who has also passed away. Leslie Wexner, the billionaire founder of L Brands, which owns Victoria's Secret and Bath and Body Works, was mentioned in Maxwell's deposition. Glenn Dubin, hedge fund manager and billionaire. That's all he is.
I'm pretty sure that's the guy that owned Jeffrey Epstein's house before he took it over, but I could be wrong in that.
Oh, I'm not sure. Alan Dershowitz, his lawyer, which is Epstein's lawyer. Marvin Minsky, a computer scientist and former MIT professor. And yeah, that's some of the biggest names. And Stephen Hawking.
Yeah.
Which is odd.
Yeah. That's
really
wild.
weird.
Wild. Yeah. Interesting. That's definitely something to keep an eye on, because again, this is one of those topics that is so political that it almost leaves a bad taste in people's mouth. But let's be real here. This is a true crime topic. This was criminal. There were who knows how many victims, and they were really high profile aggressors. So yeah,
I mean, these cases are the cases I think are some of the most important to talk about when you have, world elite preying on young people. Like that's incredibly important to talk about. Trafficking is incredibly important to talk about.
Agreed.
I want to know more about this Jean-Luc Brunel, the French modeling agent who was supposedly scouting girls, or allegedly scouting girls for Epstein, killing himself in jail.
Yeah.
Like that is oddly reminiscent to Epstein's death.
Yeah, that's a good connection. Yeah.
But I want to know what you think. If you know any more about it, if you want us to dig deeper into the actual documents once they're all out and hear our thoughts on it, definitely let us know.
So, a woman pleaded guilty last month to beating a developmentally disabled man to death and leaving his body in a pond. Have you heard about that?
No.
I don't have any details on it, you guys. And if you're just watching, one thing that I think we need to do with these breaking news stories is probably clarify every so often when we're talking about them, because we have a lot of people that leave comments and they're like, oh, maybe you guys should do some research. Yeah, well, maybe you should read the thumbnail. But anyways, so I don't have very many details on this. This is a breaking story, and it's something just hopping onto our radar. And the person here is a Heather Watson, and she was just sentenced to 25 years in prison after she entered a plea for second-degree murder. She was charged with first-degree murder with a co-conspirator, and it sounds like what they did is broke into this person's property, tied him to a chair, and beat him with soap. Like, I'm assuming it's soap in a sock, to death. Yeah, you've never heard of that?
I've heard soap in a sock, but they just put soap in the article. Like they beat him with soap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they beat him with a bar of soap. That is like, it's probably one of the most painful things that you could have happen when you put a bar of soap in a sock, or you put rocks in a sock, because you have that leverage from the sock. So it's way more painful and harmful to you than a punch. A punch has like a maximum amount of force, but you put a bar of soap in a sock and you've just like quadrupled the amount of force that's going to be hitting you, impacting you.
Jeez.
It's very serious, very, very serious. But it looks like on April 2nd, 2021 at 1:15 a.m., Bollinger County deputies received a call about an unresponsive male and responded to a home on Bollinger County Road 346. When they arrived, they found Taylor lying face up and partially submerged in a pond on the property. Deputies determined Taylor was deceased and noted that he had bruises, abrasions, and other injuries on his face, as well as laceration marks on his forearms. Duct tape to a chair. And that can hit you so hard that it can literally split open your skin.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's no joke. It is definitely no joke. So
I didn't realize soap could be so dangerous.
Yeah, I think any weighted item in a sock, But I'm looking to find out more details on this. I don't know a whole lot. That's just hopped onto my radar. But
so they don't have any idea on a motive at all?
No, not. I'm sure they do, or I'm sure since she took a plea, that they have the motive. They usually don't offer somebody a plea without making them agree to
Give
share the
information.
motive and details and information, and they see that as some like an accountability. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I haven't dug into it like a case study. We don't do that on the breaking news stories. We just talk about the breaking news that's going on. So I don't know what that is yet right now. If you guys do, leave a comment, let us know some details on it, because it's interesting and it's absolutely awful. I don't understand why you would feel the need to break into somebody's home, tie a mentally disabled person to a chair, waterboard them, beat them with a sock in a soap, or soap in a sock, and end them. Awful, right?
Yeah, it's just disgusting and horrible. I don't understand.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know. I just don't understand.
Yep.
It's horrible.
So after determining Taylor was dead, Proffer and Watson moved his body to the pond. The two were arrested at first for first-degree murder, and they have plead out. So horrible story. The only thing that I can hope for is that this man's family is doing as well as they can be doing. It's an awful situation, and I'm going to be trying to find out more about it.
Yeah.
Let us know what you think.
So, apparently, as reported by Brian Inton, the 1122 King Road house, after it was demolished, has been buried. This is the crime scene for the Idaho 4 Moscow student murder tragedy, or massacre. And after they demolished the home, apparently they transported the rubble to a solid processing facility because of concerns. Officials apparently had concerns and wanted it immediately buried because they were afraid people were going to take souvenirs.
Yeah, and that's what when I was reading something online, they were saying that there was a local, no official or anything, no police, but just a local was saying that they were told somewhere or heard somewhere that it was because they were afraid of people taking souvenirs. So yeah, I think it's super weird. I think it's super strange. And for me, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, I just don't know why that is such a major concern. It's odd to me. Is that the true intention behind burying it? Because it seems unlikely that they would still consider it as evidence and like potentially go back and unearth it and look through it. Probably not. I would hope they would have sorted through it to make sure there wasn't like a knife hidden in a vent, or something like that before they buried it. Before they even tore it down, hopefully. But it just seems really odd because I don't understand. Like, I would never want to take a souvenir, and I know you've said you would never want to take a souvenir, but there are people who would want to take a souvenir. So what is wrong with that? Like, why put so much time and effort into burying this several feet under the ground, apparently, to make sure people couldn't take a piece?
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that I can come up with, or the reason that I think why they did it, is because if something ends up coming up during the trial, they probably want to be able to have access to be able to, like, pull the house out and glue it back together in case they need something.
That's for sure it.
Yep, definitely it.
Great theory.
But no, really. Yeah, I think it's stupid. I think it's really dumb. I've said on our lives before, I think I said on the podcast last week, even when we were talking about the house being torn down, it's absolutely and totally pointless. I mean, this is in the Greek Row area. They could have left it up. I'm not even going to go down that argument again, around, the supposed guilt, because the fact that they're tearing the crime scene down just solidifies the fact that the state believes it's Bryan Kohberger, or they want it to be Bryan Kohberger, or both, you know. But yeah, I personally wouldn't ever want a piece of a house. However, I also don't think there's anything wrong with people that would want a piece of the house. If you're tearing it down, does that matter? Like, does it hurt anybody that somebody has, you know, a piece of a siding, a door knob, or something from a case that was such a big deal in their life? I just don't understand it. I think it's a gross amount of control to try and force. I don't even know. It makes absolutely no sense.
Because it's trash. It's trash. It's rubble. It's going to rot in the ground. Like, who cares? Like, you don't consider it a value anymore, which is why you tore it down and put it in a landfill. So why does it matter if anyone takes trash?
Yeah, I agree.
Like,
with
why
you.
is that of your concern? It feels almost like government overreach, to be honest, like that you are so concerned with people taking trash.
Yeah, it just feels like a huge waste of taxpayer money, because imagine what they had to do
they had it guarded.
Dig the hole.
They had it guarded too.
Yeah, but imagine the heavy machinery they had to rent, or the company that they had to use to get the heavy machinery to tear down the house, the heavy machinery they had to use to dig the hole, the heavy machinery that they had to use to transport it there, the guards that they had to use during all of that situation and time. And what is the actual point?
Is it taxpayer dollars? Because I believe it's the university who is paying for this, right?
I have no clue. I literally don't know. And I think that's problematic in itself.
Yeah, that we don't get to know all of those details.
Because technically, if it is the university, it almost has to be taxpayer money, because I feel like if it is the university, then why was it okay for the university to ruin an active crime scene? Well, wouldn't that be breaking the law?
Well, unless it wasn't considered active anymore.
Well, that's impossible, because in order for a case to be considered closed, it has to meet certain requirements within the law, and it's not that yet. A suspect is not closing a case.
Right, yeah. But from what I read, they're not violating any Idaho laws, and it's not considered an active crime scene anymore. But you're right, it's not a closed case either. And this is, we've never really seen this before. You know, we have houses from the 1800s.
Are you sure it's not considered an active crime scene?
It's not anymore.
Active doesn't mean there's people actively working it. Yeah, it means that there's an open case.
An open investigation.
Yeah.
In that they're using that crime scene and they're looking at it. Like it hasn't been an active crime scene for a while.
No. We need to triple check that. And a breaking news update is not the right place to do it. We'll dig into it and talk about it further on the True Crime Talk Show, but I'm almost like 99% sure that in order for a crime scene to be considered active, the case either has to be labeled as closed, cold, or something else. It literally has to be one of those things, and it's none of those things, therefore making it an active crime scene. Active in like our brains makes us want to feel like it needs to be actively worked, and that's not the case. It just means that the case is not closed. It isn't open. Anytime there's an active case, the investigation's open.
I understand what you're saying, but I think an active crime scene is only an active crime scene as long as the investigators have assigned value to that crime scene and they no longer were doing that. I think that once they stop investigating that crime scene, they say we've gotten everything from value from here. The only thing that makes me question that and what you're saying might be true is the fact that the prosecution went back right before the demolition. The defense went back right before them, and the prosecution went there. They've been there twice in the past couple months,
and then
the
defense went there right after the defense.
They went there.
The right way to say it.
The prosecution went there. the defense went there, then the prosecution went there again right after the defense. So I was saying it backwards. Sorry if that was confusing. Yeah, literally days before the demolition.
Yeah, and the prosecution went right after the defense, literally like the next day, and it was an unplanned visit, which is so shady. That's
of course,
like
they get
so overbearing, and
I know the defense had to request it a month ahead of time. The prosecution literally was just like, "Hey, can we come in?" And yeah, of course, they can just go in whenever they want.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous. This case I feel like just has a big blackout curtains over it. Don't look over here, but do look over here. It's really weird.
It is weird. And I when I'm looking at it, I literally Bryan Kohberger's the furthest thing from my mind when I'm thinking and digging into this investigation. And every time I look at this, I just see a huge, major, massive, gross abuse of power.
Yeah.
I don't think the experience is there to match.
I have a really one of my first topics I'm talking about, which is about the DOJ intern policy about IGG, and also some things said in a video that I watched recently by an expert. I was like, that sounds just like Moscow, Idaho. Like, wow, what he said really. It hit hard, and it made me think about the investigations we've seen where we felt this way. Delphi, this one, other cases where people were convicted and they were innocent. It's the same vibes that I get from the investigators, the officials involved, that I'm getting here. And it's overreach. It's like, they're too
controlling.
They're too controlling, but they're also like set on getting a conviction to the point at the detriment of the case, at the detriment of justice. Just getting a conviction is not justice.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not.
Yeah.
It is not. So, but I want to know what you think. Do you think there's any other motives behind burying the house other than the whole souvenir thing? Do you have an argument of why taking a souvenir is wrong and should not be done, and that what they did was right? I want to know what you think. Always open to, other opinions and ideas. That's what the show's all about. So let us know. Leave it in the comments.
Yeah. Next one here, number 2 for me, for breaking news, is polygamist cult leader's daughter breaks free, says false prophet abused her. The world could see the shame. So who I'm talking about here is Rachel Blackmore. And Rachel Blackmore was the daughter of Warren Jeffs. And she's coming out with a new series. So I'm sure most people have heard of Rachel Blackmore. And this whole series brought up a lot of questions when I was looking into it, because I'm intrigued by anything that's outside of the norm of society, right? Like most of us viewers and people and thought writers out there are. So anything like cult related, even like alien, conspiracy, all that stuff, I tend to click on that. But so I started looking into this, and what's interesting is the series that she's going to be doing is focusing on the polygamy aspect instead of the cult aspect. It feels super strange to me. So essentially what I'm getting at here is, instead of creating a series, and sorry if there's some feedback, instead of creating a series saying, look, I broke free of a cult. This is why cults are bad. And this is behind the curtain of a cult, which in my opinion should be what the focus is. She's coming at it from the angle of, hey, let me take you behind the curtain of polygamy and tell you why polygamy's bad and cult-like. That's what I got from this read, which is weird.
I feel like it's kind of impossible to talk about how they did polygamy in this cult without talking about the cult. Because I think if it's your personal choice to be a polygamist and you're not in a cult, then I don't see a problem with it, to be honest.
I agree.
I mean, if that's your personal choice and everyone there is in agreement and very happy with their decisions, I don't care. It doesn't affect me as long as there's no like inbreeding and everything is, you know what I mean? Like
Yep.
if you are a responsible adult and can make your own decisions and all of you are in agreement, it's your business, not mine. But the way they did it in this cult, that's what matters is the cult.
I agree.
At the end of the day.
That's why at least the titling and some of the few details that I looked into felt weird to me, and why I wanted to bring it up, because like if you put polygamy and cult in front of me and you tell me like, hey, pick which one is worse, right? You gotta put a 1 and a 2 over one of them, and the worst has 1, the next has number 2. It's going to be cult. So then why are we seeing like a focus on the polygamy aspects? Because again, anybody watching this, no matter what your feelings are on polygamy, very few percentage of the population out there in the world are polygamists. But I fight for your rights if you are, and I support you and think you should be able to do it, like you said, as long as everybody is a consenting adult in there and happy and free to make their own decisions, to leave at any time they want, to do whatever they want, right? Like that is your business and you should have the freedom to be able to do that. Then why is the focus on polygamy?
So I think that maybe possibly, just in my opinion, just from what I know, that maybe her focus is on polygamy because it was forced upon the children. Okay. Like that's why the cult to me is important, because the cult was forcing everyone to be a polygamist. It wasn't your choice. You had to. You were, there was arranged marriages to men who already had wives, and they were usually older men, and these young, very young teenagers are given to these men, as their second, third, fourth, fifth wives. The more wives that these men had, the more important they were, the more everybody looked up to them. So it's like this hierarchy, it's the culture, and I don't know, maybe she's focusing on the relationships and how that all worked from her experience, because maybe that's just what sticks in her head. Like that aspect of the cult is what sticks and is important to her for whatever reason.
Maybe.
Because I think the polygamy was a way of control.
I hear you. I hear everything you're saying, but everything you're talking about is highlighting the cult, not the polygamy.
You're right.
Again,
I'm talking about her though, because I agree with you.
Right. You're going subjective on this topic, and I'm trying to stay objective on this topic. So I'm taking her out of the equation here. What her story is does not matter. Why are we highlighting the details of polygamy instead of the cult? Because I understand her story, and I think there is a reason here, and I'm just curious why there's so much power around it. And where I'm going with this is, so where she was a part of was the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Right, FLDS.
Correct. Yep, absolutely. So is there some kind of control aspect there still, where she's trying not to shine a negative light on this church by connecting the two, cult, Church of Latter-day Saints? So let's replace cult with polygamous, because the Church of Latter-day Saints is saying they don't support polygamy, even though they do in their communities.
Oh, maybe.
I totally think that's why.
So she never says it's a cult anywhere?
I don't know. And not in what I'm reading. I have not watched this series. You guys should watch this series. I'm going to watch this series, but it says that it's focusing on polygamous lifestyles and groups that take it to the extreme. Essentially, that's what it says.
Instead of saying the cult.
Instead of saying, hey, I broke free from a cult and a cult leader that I was forced to be in a polygamous relationship with, and this is my story.
Oh, yeah. Then what you're saying is for sure true. I wasn't understanding completely what you were saying.
And all they did was complete and total sexual abuse,
It was.
at all times. an over abuse of control and didn't let any women have any room to think on their own. It's just disgusting what they were doing. Now, what's interesting is like FLDS is known for having their leaders come in one after another and trying to figure out these reasons of why, because each leader is like the ultimate leader, you know what I mean? Well, this guy got arrested who she was forced to be in a relationship with, and is still in prison. But these expectations are still going on in a lot of the FLDS fundamentalists of the Church of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah.
Crazy, right?
It is crazy, but yeah, it's absolutely still going on to this day. And it's awful because, like I said, these young girls are forced to go marry like an elder man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I've heard several accounts of people who have broken free of it, and it's sad. But it sounds like the children don't really understand until they become teenagers, and they feel like they had this like great childhood because they have tons of like moms. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have tons of moms, and it's like a really great environment to grow up into until like they want for other things.
For anybody that's just listening to audio, I just looked through, a hole in my hand because I'm trying to explain like a representation of, you don't know what's not there until you see it. Just like if you raised a kid and never showed them blue their entire life, they never saw the color blue ever. And then once they hit 20 years old, somebody approaches them and says, "Hey, tell me about blue." They're going to have no idea. There is no comparison in saying, "Hey, what makes this color different than this color?" They would have no idea. That knowledge just isn't there. So you can raise a kid in the worst situation ever, period, point blank possible. And unless they know what normal is, what natural is, what fair is, what rights are, what humanity is, they have no idea they're being raised in a bad situation.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
It's very true. Yeah, they have no idea at all.
But this story is crazy. I'm going to continue doing research on it and checking it out. I'm excited to watch this series, but I really wish that
they called it what it was.
I feel like there's a lot of dancing around the FLDS church and the connection to it being a cult. I see it a lot.
Yeah.
It's because it's still active. It's because there's sects of it that claim they don't follow any of these cult behaviors, but the ones that are still representing that name, and they're still doing cult-like things.
Well, because Warren Jeffs was the scapegoat, basically. Even though he was like the bad guy, okay?
Warren Jeffs? Warren Jeffs was the first one.
He was the leader.
Father, right? And the son came at... Okay, so Warren Jeffs is actually dead, not in jail. And his son is the one that's in jail, right? The one that took over after and continued it, but was even like more aggressive. Maybe.
I don't remember exactly, to be honest. I haven't looked in this. I've looked in this before, but it was a long time ago. So, but, they were scapegoats. Like, I feel like, cause I believe his son took over after him. But the thing is that a lot of people still wanted to follow all of that. Once they were no longer head of this cult anymore, a lot of it died. Like this town that they were building, the school, all the things they had going on, a lot of it died. But I think that there were so many people who still wanted to be a part of it that it still continues to exist without them.
Yeah, well, I think they just keep getting new leaders.
It's not as big of a scale anymore as it used to be.
Yeah, because it's not as centralized.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But I'm curious what you guys think, and let us know.
Yeah. So there is no information on at all, but I figured we'd still talk about it, throw around, our thoughts on it. But I can find literally no source for this at all. I heard a rumor that Bryan Kohberger's father was seen in Moscow visiting him during the holiday season in jail. This was said by somebody's video I watched. I don't remember even who it was actually at this point. But they said that he was seen and he was visiting. Actually, it might have been in one of our comment sections. I don't even remember where I heard it, but I remember thinking, so I went looking it up and I can't find anything. If you guys have a source, please let me know. Or if you have more information on it, please let me know. But I find that interesting because all we've heard is that Bryan Kohberger is not at all supported by his family.
What?
Yeah. There's been tons of people talking about
who has said that,
because they've never come to visit him.
Yeah, they're across the country,
and they don't show up to the trials in person.
Well, duh.
Or the hearings. I mean,
duh. They're across the country. I'm curious where you heard that, because I would assume only somebody that is trying to subjectively, for subjective reasons, prove he's guilty by way of behaviors.
Yeah, I've heard it in mainstream media. I've heard it from various YouTubers who do believe he's guilty talk about that, saying, look, his family isn't even coming to visit him. They're not showing up to the hearings. Like, if they were supporting him, when they show up? And I'm thinking, well, no, their life is across the country. So no, I don't think so. And how do you know they're not there on the Zoom every time? We don't know that. They could be watching it from Zoom every time, because we've seen motions every hearing about making sure that Kohberger's family and families of the victims can watch the hearing via Zoom. Yeah,
and you mean a family that is literally on the opposite coast, a family that due to all this, two of the sisters lost their jobs, a family that probably depends on the income of the father and the mother to keep the household running, and probably help the sisters because they were put in a situation, whether he's guilty or innocent, that it was outside of their control. That family, you're expecting them to drop all income needs that they have and potentially lose their own jobs to come to every hearing? Like, that's super ridiculous.
It is super ridiculous.
It's absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the only statement we have by them says they support their son.
Yeah. Yep. And that was a direct statement from them.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I agree with you, and I get it.
They went to his hearing when it was there, when he was there over in Pennsylvania. They went to that one, and I can only assume that they've been supporting him the whole time through the Zoom things and watching the hearings. Yeah. And if he was seen in Moscow, I would expect that. You know, I don't feel like there's anything weird there. It's the holiday season. He has now been in jail for a full year, and you want to be able to support your son. And here's one thing too: whether he's innocent or guilty, right? I'm just not in a position where I can confidently say one way or the other because I don't have all the information. But you can still support your kid even if they're guilty of a crime. Well, yeah, and you're still going to love them regardless. Like, just because you love somebody that you brought into this world doesn't mean you co-sign what they did, you know? Yeah. So, I mean, it's a really hard place to be. I feel awful for them, honestly. I don't even know what to say about it. I mean, it's just... I think it's kind of horrible the way I've seen some people talk on the internet about his family, and I don't feel like it's fair at all, because we haven't seen anything come from that family showing they've done anything wrong at all. Like, by all accounts, seem like an honest, hardworking family. Yeah. And I mean, it's just, I don't know, like, just leave him alone. But great if his father came to see him. And I just wanted to talk about that because there's that idea that he's not being supported by them, when I think he very possibly and most likely is being supported by them as best as they can.
Yeah, in my opinion, Kohberger's family, whether he's guilty or innocent, that it doesn't matter. For this idea, just to prove a point, we can assume he's guilty. Okay, so let's just assume he's guilty. Kohberger's family still deserves literally a need. They deserve the respect that the victims' families deserve, to be left alone, to be able to live their life. Just because you have a kid, like you said, they didn't co-sign anything if he is guilty. And they have their own separate lives, dude.
Yeah.
You know? It's ridiculous. And I hope for Kohberger, I hope his dad was there. Whether he's innocent or guilty, you know, when somebody's guilty, they will be held accountable by our court of law. Okay. They don't need to be cut off from every contact and family member that's within them. That's not accountability. The law is there for accountability. And you know, that a life is on the line around that accountability. So I hope for Kohberger that his dad did show up, whether he's guilty or not.
Yeah, and they deserve, like, it's not, I feel like it's not our place to judge a father visiting his son. You know what I mean? Like, why? I just, I
It's
don't
not
know.
that it's not our place. It's just wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that human beings in general, we're going to judge anything. There's no way around that.
That's
but
true.
Are you doing something right or are you doing something wrong? So I can look, even me looking at that situation and hoping that his dad was there, that's me judging the situation and me judging intent and everything. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There's just a respectful way to do everything.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that, you know, if I had a kid that was in this situation, it can also, like, there's many reasons he could be visiting him, but it's obviously because he loves him. Like, that's the main reason. And he has that right. And we should just leave him alone and let them do it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, at the end of the day, whatever happens with this case, like, they still are going to love their son. And there's nothing wrong with that. So.
Absolutely.
Moving on. But if you guys had any sources for that, definitely let me know. I just couldn't find a single one, like literally nowhere. But yeah.
Yeah. All right. So for my final breaking news, Gypsy Rose Blanchard is out.
Officially?
Officially. Not officially. Officially out. With a capital O.
Nice.
Yeah, so we did an update on this a little while ago, probably like 6 weeks back or something like that. Just talking about how she's getting out, the boyfriend is not, whether we felt like that was fair, things like that. So Gypsy Rose Blanchard got out, and she has been making her rounds and appearances all over TV. She was on multiple morning shows. She's doing interviews with A&E, all kinds of stuff. So she's a completely different person. Like, it is wild, the difference.
Really?
Oh my gosh, yes. It is insane, the difference in her. For one, she has teeth, just for like physical changes, obvious changes. She looks healthy. She looks good. And the way she's speaking and holding herself, it all appears really healthy.
Oh, I just hit the mic. My bad.
Yeah, it all appears really healthy and good, like a healthy, stable, positive person. From the bits that I've seen, I couldn't see any cracks. Which
so
is
she
good.
doesn't talk like a baby anymore?
No. Nope. And there were a couple different situations where the interviewer was like, being out now, how do you relate with the person that was out before. And she was like, if I'm being honest with you, I don't relate to her at all. Like, it feels like a different life to me. Yep, she sounds very adult, seems very adult. It's really a crazy situation. You guys got to check it out. But one thing that I did have a concern with, or at least want to bring up, is she was on one of the talk shows and they specifically asked her, "You're out. Your boyfriend from that time is not out. Do you think that is fair?" And personally, you guys, I don't think that's fair because he literally has a mental health issue. Okay. And I think socially, we automatically tend to we're harsher on men than we are on women. And I think both of them planned and executed the death of her mother. And it was just done with different goals and intentions. And she totally ignored that comment and just like sidestepped it and was like, he's on a different journey than me. He's being held accountable different than me. I just I wish him the best. I personally think she got like the easy way out of that deal.
My personal opinion is it is fair because he actually committed the crime. Conspiracy is not murder. She didn't commit the crime. She planned it.
I mean, she set everything up to allow him to do it.
I understand that,
but wasn't physically capable of doing it.
Right. And exactly. But the thing is I have a really hard time with this case because I don't think I think about it the same way as a lot of other people. I see her as she was essentially a rat caged. She was a rat in a cage.
Yeah.
And she had no way of escaping. And for her, it was life or death.
Yeah.
Like, my mother is going to kill me and I cannot get away from her.
I agree. And I see the boyfriend that is mentally challenged as a tool for her success in that.
But I feel like in a sense she was kind of mentally challenged.
Yes. That's my whole point. You're selling my point. So why does a child who literally just turned 18 need to go away to prison for the rest of his life? Somebody that has a mental disability, and she's only in there for, what was it, less than a decade, like 7 years or 6 years?
Does he have the ability to parole out?
I don't know,
if
but
he does certain
it
things.
does not feel fair to me because yes, she doesn't have a textbook mental illness, but she was dealing with a mother. And that goes back to what I was saying just a minute ago, looking at life through a keyhole or growing up not ever seeing blue and having to describe what blue is. Like, I understand that comparison wasn't there because she was in this cage that was built for her and or around her. But he has a mental illness, which if you're telling me that, it's not similar, it can cause similar things. And a boy that's going through puberty with a mental illness and who knows what that does to him emotionally, starts getting attention from a girl and like has a white knight moment. I don't think he should be in there for the rest of his life. The mother was a criminal and the mother was killing her.
Yeah.
So I think her sentence could be fair. Now, I haven't had any interaction with her. I don't know where she's at, mentally. I have no idea what the stipulations are to her being out, but I think that the amount of time she served could be fair. But I also think it could be fair if he got that amount of time too. So I would have liked to see her advocate for him because it doesn't feel fair socially. It feels like it's a social injustice.
According to the law, I do think he should do more time than her because he actually committed the murders. But with a mental illness, I feel like there should have been more maybe focus on trying. That's my issue with the American criminal justice
when
system.
you hire a hitman, you don't think that person should get the same amount of time as the person that pulled the trigger?
I mean, yeah,
she hired a hitman.
But we're talking about, I mean, I guess, but not really.
Yes, she did. A woman, a girl, okay, she was a girl, I get it, but approaching a mentally challenged boy.
That is not what happened.
Dude, yeah, right.
No, it
that
wasn't.
Is absolutely what
they
happened.
chatted online for a while before this happened, like a long time.
Yes.
She didn't
what
go
about it?
She didn't go seeking someone to kill her mom on the internet and find someone. She's like, oh, he's mentally challenged. I'm going to manipulate him into killing my mom.
Obviously, but you're like assuming that these social rules aren't there already.
Okay, all I'm saying is I was trying to just say my opinion. Like, I think that with him having some kind of mental handicap, essentially, and where, yeah, you're right, the mom was a criminal and was killing her daughter, slowly. That adds an aspect to it that makes me feel like there's a little bit less culpability on him because he's trying to save her from somebody who's hurting her and he's mentally challenged in some way, that I feel like I don't know if he should get the same time as her. Like, the law, they have different charges. He didn't just get conspiracy; he got murder.
I get it.
So I don't know about that.
He couldn't have murdered
but I do
her without what she did.
Yeah, and I do understand what you're saying, though, about like for the rest of his life. Yeah, it seems like too much, and that's my main problem with our justice system, is that it's like murder, get life, no matter the circumstances. Like there's certain circumstances where I feel like you should be able to go through some kind of mental health, I don't know, like evaluation, some kind of treatment.
I feel
the
like
way
she
that
should
like
have advocated for
Denmark does it and other places do it, where you're like reintegrated into society, stuff like that, like real rehabilitation. And I hope we can get there one day, because I think just throwing people, locking them up, throwing away the key is not always what's best for society.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying, but she may not even know how she feels about it.
I mean, what do you mean?
She may not know how
she's done is sit in jail. I would hope she knows how she feels about it.
That's with him being locked away. Yeah, but she also talks to her dad. Like, we don't know what they think about it. Does she have some bone to pick with him, thinking that he's the reason that she did all of this? Because in that movie about it and the documentary and stuff, they were talking about how he was trying to get her into like not so good stuff. Does she feel like he was the reason?
I have no idea.
Just because she's healthy doesn't mean all of her thoughts are healthy.
Yeah, I hear you. I just think that it could have been more fair, because it doesn't feel fair. And I don't see things the same way you do. I think a conspirator, if the crime could not have been committed without what the conspirator did, then they both should be charged the same. I don't care who held the weapon. You both did it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You don't need to pull the trigger to end somebody. You need to help plan, and you're part of it. That's it. You should get it.
No, I think conspiracy should hold more time, usually.
I don't know if conspiracy... I think you should... If you even... in order to end somebody, if you had to move an item, otherwise that person couldn't be ended or killed if that item wasn't moved, then you should be hit with murder.
Yeah, but like in the situation with my friend, where I told the story on the True Crime Talk Show, there was a hit by his mom's boyfriend's wife, who they were separated. She got a hitman and they killed my friend and his mom in the home, and the guy wasn't there. The boyfriend wasn't there at the time. He was at work. So she got it wrong, because she was supposed to just kill him, not his girlfriend and her kids.
What about it?
Well, she only did like 6 years for conspiracy, but she didn't have to be there and do anything.
She should have got charged murder. That's what I'm saying.
I do, in that instance, I do feel like she should.
I don't think it should even be conspiracy.
Yeah, but she wasn't there and didn't open a door or do anything to, she provided money, obviously.
Yeah, she did. That wouldn't have happened without that. So you're selling my point.
Okay.
I think you should be charged murder. If you had any part of the crime of ending somebody's life that wouldn't happen without what you were doing, that includes unlocking a door, opening a window, sending a message, okay, they're asleep, anything, any of those things.
I mean, she didn't do any of that, but she provided
she
money.
Did. She reached out.
Yeah.
That is doing that.
Okay.
Literally doing that.
Yeah, telling them, like, this is where you'll find him. This is his address.
Telling
Here's
his
money.
name.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
So you're literally saying what I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
If she wasn't alive, that wouldn't have happened.
No, I did feel like she should have been charged with murder.
But yeah. I'm curious what you guys think with this topic. How do you feel about the boyfriend? Let us know. And that is it for the Thought Riot breaking news of the week. Now, we're moving on to the cases.
Yes, and first up is my case, which we're going to talk about the DOJ intern policy a little bit and 3 videos on IGG that I have recently watched that I found pretty interesting, some of the things that were being said. First, I want to talk about this YouTube channel that I found, which is ISHI News, which stands for International Symposium on Human Identification. And it's basically like a conference that they do annually surrounding forensics. It's really interesting. It's really cool. I never heard of it before. And they have a lot of the, trailblazers, leaders in forensic science coming there and doing presentations on whatever they're doing,
Yeah.
whatever their field of interest is, or innovations or technology that they are working on.
Yeah.
So the first video here has an expert by the name of John Collins. And here, I'm trying to get the name of the video real quick.
John Collins.
Yeah, John Collins. And the name of the video is Innocence After Guilt, Learned Lessons from Previous Post-Conviction DNA Cases.
So going back real quick, because I just thought of this, what's the point of them meeting at that conference? Is it just to expand, evolve, and promote growth in the sciences, or in the law supporting the science, or both?
I think probably both, but I think it's mostly tech and science.
Okay.
It's learning, so it's expanding your knowledge, networking,
criminal scientists getting together and doing and talking science stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
That does sound awesome.
It is super cool. I watched a lot of their videos and I found them very, very interesting. But John Collins, his title in the video is Authoritative Leadership and Expertise Coach at Critical Victories. He talks about overturned convictions, and he really highlights the importance of integrity in the criminal justice system, that is like of the utmost importance to him.
Yeah,
of course, right? I know. He sees a major issue with punitive jurisdictions with the mentality of, lock them up, throw away the key. We're here to get a conviction, like
AKA small town justice systems.
Exactly.
Literally, that's what he's talking about.
He said that these kind of jurisdictions are way more vulnerable to error. And he has
saying it nice, but yeah.
He has data backing this now. They've been doing research and collecting data on this, and that they're way more vulnerable to error because of their motivations of just trying to get a conviction. And their focus isn't on honesty, transparency, integrity of their investigations, but just getting a conviction.
Yeah, I've never met this guy, but I mean, just based off that statement alone, I think I just met my life partner.
So he said right now in America, we're going through the transition of a punishment-based system to an intervention system, which I thought was also really interesting. And why do you think that, sir? Because I don't see that, but I hope you're right.
An intervention system. And he means that positively or negatively?
Positively.
Okay. Because it not all intervention is positive. So is it
true.
Positive or negative
But again, his focus is on integrity and honesty. So that is a good thing if everyone's being honest and transparent and having integrity.
I mean, we're cleaning up a lot of cities. And like I've said a million times, the 70s, the statistic was over 50% of police departments had corruption.
I know, it's horrible.
Like, I think it was closer to 70%. I'm pretty sure the 70s was like 70%. So that is insane, scary, problematic, the opposite of what we want to see in our country.
I also want to dig into why I think IGG is going to be one of these sciences, one of these forensics that is moving towards an intervention-based system. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But he suggests anybody interested in this data on overturned convictions go to the National Registry of Exonerations, which is maintained by many universities and organizations such as the Innocence Project. He said it's the best place to reference for things like this. Amazing. Now, there's multiple experts in this video, but the next one I want to talk about just briefly is Tiffany Roy, who they title as a forensic expert. She talks about the decisions made when you're interpreting DNA profiles. Not just experts are doing this. It is prosecutors. It is investigators. It is, she feels like it's experts in this field that need to speak up and say things like, we don't know, right? And we don't know how this DNA got there. There's a large error when we're talking about how DNA transfers. Like, just because that DNA is there doesn't mean that it's the suspects. You know what I mean? And I thought that was really cool. But then I want to move on to another video by ISHI. And this is a man by the name of Steve Bush. He was in the FBI for 19 years and was directly involved with the forensic genealogy unit. He literally wrote the curriculum on how investigators are to use forensic genealogy. He wrote the curriculum. Whoa.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, maybe, because I still don't know how I feel about it, but.
Well, he literally saw, while he was in the FBI working on this stuff, the Golden State Killer that case get solved with forensic genealogy. And he said, that's the watershed case. He said, after that case, everybody was calling up the FBI, like, how can I have a cold case. I have this case. How much does it cost? How long does it take? Help us, please. And everybody was so excited about this. And he said he thought everyone was going to be like ecstatic about this new science. He said, but even some people in law enforcement, and he said it was a very vocal minority that came out and were like, yeah, we feel like this is government overreach. We don't know if this should just be being used. Like,
I hear you.
Anyway, he's working on a tech company. He just recently resigned, or at least in the year that this video was filmed, which I actually think was a couple years ago. He had recently resigned from the FBI and was creating a tech company called Indago, which he hopes can work to solve some of the pain points that makes FGG, investigative genealogy, forensic genealogy, whatever you want to call it, have more automation. Okay, so like more so a software that can do most of the work for you, it seems like. He said because there's many pain points where you are given so many matches that it takes so long, it takes months. And what they are seeing is exactly what we, the user, are seeing when we upload a sample to GEDmatch and we get our matches. That they said that's exactly what they're seeing. And he was trying to dispel myths in this video, saying the FBI can't actually see your genetic code. They can only see the bad guys or the suspects. And that they don't, like, when they get on there and they see all these matches, they see what we see. So they're not seeing anyone's actual genetic code. They're seeing the centimorgans. They're seeing the amount of the match.
Okay.
And he said a lot of people feel like they can hack the system, like they can get in there and see all the details of your DNA. And he's like,
I mean,
can't.
I'm not worried about that.
He said, I'm not a biology major. I wouldn't even know what any of that stuff means. I can only see the percentages. And I only know what that means. And he said when he wrote this curriculum, it was right at the time COVID was really kicking up. So they couldn't have in-person training. They were doing it, which blows my mind. Think about this, you guys. After the Golden State Killer case, and then we have them actually trying to put forensic genealogy into practical use in the justice system, COVID ramps up, and all of these people who are now using this science were all taught via Zoom. And he's saying it was so hard to teach them. And he said they really took some hits on teaching it properly. None of these people were taught properly how to use this stuff.
Yeah.
Hopefully by now they have been.
Yeah.
But how many people out there are using this? How many investigators and prosecutors are out here using this who were trained via Zoom and didn't get a good understanding of it? Because he said it was hard. Like they had a hard time teaching this over Zoom. Interesting, right?
It is interesting, and it makes me think, like, okay, so you're already teaching experts, then why would it be such a hard time? Because I think that if I'm understanding it correctly,
he's not teaching genetic experts. He's teaching literal cops how to do this. He's teaching prosecutors how to do this. He's teaching FBI agents how to do this.
Oh, jeez.
And I ran across another video, you guys, and I didn't write this one down because I didn't think I was going to talk about it, but it was this girl saying she was a chief of police at one point, and she was had a bunch of time. She was retired, and she learned how to do investigative genealogy by looking at her own genealogy on GEDmatch, and was teaching a course saying, I want all police people to know how to do this. I take my training course and I'll show you how to. That means all they have to do, she's like, all you have to do is send it to the lab. That's only like $450. And then you don't have to have an expert read it. You can just do it yourself. And that cuts back the cost so much. And I'm like thinking, how many actual just regular cops are doing this? Because now, in a minute, we're going to go back to the intern policy. I don't know that that's the best idea.
Yeah, that's like, why when DNA evidence is submitted, I don't think it should ever, not even one time, be submitted without an expert to be held accountable to the science. Accountability rules all, okay? Well, so you better stamp your name on it, scientist that ran that or expert that ran that, so that you're putting
What's
your
the point-
name on blast.
What's the point in even having experts anymore then? If just anybody could do forensic genealogy, there's no need for an expert.
Can't. That's the point.
Well,
They
it goes
can't.
back to what Tiffany Roy was saying, what we just talked about a minute ago, that interpretations of these DNA profiles are not just being done by experts. It's being done by prosecutors, investigators, and cops, FBI agents, not experts. And then they're using subjective forms of investigation
to back the
to
data.
back it all,
Yeah.
data instead of, because data should be objective. I absolutely believe there's a place for subjectivity in law enforcement and like in investigations and guiding you where to take things, like those gut feelings, those from experience, type situations. Like psychology is subjective. You know what I mean? Things like that. It makes sense. Like profiling, a lot of that is subjective. But when it comes to things like this, like IGG or FGG or anything that is, it's purely science. It's either this or it's that kind of thing. I think it should be done by experts and it should be entirely objective.
Yeah. Well, just to I agree with what you're saying. 100% agree. There's just nothing in the world that's this or that. Just to say.
That's true. Anyway, he also said that he feels like that forensic genealogy is being mislabeled as a cold case technique. And he said that is not true. It is an identity resolution technique. And he gives multiple current examples of situations where they've used it. Like one instance, it was a mother and a daughter being threatened by a guy who was writing them letters and calling them. And he said they used forensic genealogy to find this guy and prevent him from hurting this mother and daughter. And that it's being, and he uses the example of
he did a crime. So I was almost thinking like, well, wait, they just pulled this DNA off a letter.
Well, he was threatening, harassing,
Gotcha.
that kind of thing.
Yep. Yeah, I got you.
Because I agree with you. There needs to be some kind of crime.
There needs to be rules on this, very tight rules. I don't think something should ever be allowed to be used as evidence if it's not backed by an expert. Because look, police are experts. They're experts in law enforcement. Like that is their expertise and career. They are not experts in objective data science surrounding our DNA. I was going to try and say the long word, but I forgot what it was. Our DNA and matching it to another DNA profile.
I agree with you.
Flaws.
It is a flaw. And that leads us to Bicka Barlow, okay? I saw an interview with her, and this was it was on the State Bar of Wisconsin's YouTube channel, and this was an interview about a presentation she's going to be doing this January 19th at the State Bar of Wisconsin's annual Forensic Justice Institute.
Wait, like
this year.
In a couple weeks?
Yeah. In a couple weeks, she's going to be doing this presentation, and I really badly want to see it. I hope it's posted online.
Yeah.
But
I'm going.
So Bicka Barlow, if you don't know, she was in expert witness on the stand in the Kohberger case. And her declaration is what said that Kohberger's DNA sample was ambiguous and partial. We haven't seen that in any other court documentation anywhere. All we've seen is it's like a 5 octillion match or whatever the heck.
Even though she's the most expert of all experts that talk.
She is incredibly qualified on this. She is a lawyer. She has a master's in genetics on top of that. And she spent 25 years at the ACU's intersection of law and science. She has been working on all of this for a very long time. So she explains what genealogy is, genetic genealogy is in this interview. She says that she's trying to dispel misinformation by doing trainings, that genealogy does not identify a singular person. It identifies a lineage. She said that her presentation is going to be about the arising legal issues around the use of technology of forensic genealogy, and all of this being rushed into the legal system without much scrutiny. This is very new, you guys. The Golden State Killer in 2018 was the very first case solved with forensic genealogy. It's one of the biggest ones. And since then, it's kind of blown up, and we have nearly zero laws or litigations surrounding this. There is hardly any precedence, especially in active cases. The reason that it's mostly on cold cases is because of this guy, Steve Bush, that we talked about, that spent 19 years in the FBI. They were the trailblazers. He wrote the curriculum, and he said after the Golden State Killer case happened, they did 12 more cases that were all cold cases so they could collect data. How much DNA do we need? What's the quality of DNA we need? Potential legal matters that would arise in using this. And then they took all of that data they collected from those 12 cases after the Golden State Killer and presented it to the director of the FBI. And then that's when they got to write the curriculum on it. And then the interim policy came out. And that's all we got. And the Kohberger case is a very big deal because it's a very high profile case that is active, that is using IGG, which is, it's hardly any that have used it, like barely any. In a capital murder case like this, I don't know if there's a single one, to be honest,
and I have
that has used forensic genealogy.
I have two questions. For people that believe Kohberger could be innocent and or don't know, how would you feel if you got confirmation in some way that, the DNA was ran by an expert, that the DNA couldn't have had time to be moved from one spot to another, so the likelihood of it being placed on that sheath in that home, meaning like it had to be dropped at that house within a certain tight time frame, how would that make you feel about Kohberger? Now, all right, you thought about it? Now, flip the coin. People that think that he's guilty, okay, taking some of this into consideration, how would you feel about his potential guilt if you found out that this was not done by scientists and or experts? It was done by somebody that doesn't know anything about anything having to do with this. So the likelihood that it even is Kohberger's DNA or was Kohberger's DNA is minimal. So I think that could change everything in the case, literally.
The only important thing that I will say is that forensic genealogy who's doing that is not the same person that's processing the evidence and the DNA. So whatever the profile is that's collected from that piece of evidence, that data is sent to the person doing the forensic genealogy, and all they ever see is the code on a computer program.
Yeah, I get that. That doesn't change anything. So going back to my question, you don't think that would?
It would change a lot for me.
I think it would literally change anything. If you think he's guilty, I think the only reason this case is even in a courtroom right now is because of that DNA.
Yeah.
And clearly the rules, regulations, and laws around it are so wide and so free that all these experts have a major issue with it is a huge red flag. How are we to trust any of it if we aren't able to trust it when we own this justice system? Then why are we allowing it in there?
Yeah.
I think it would change everything. I think the entire case being picked up in court in Idaho is all because of the DNA.
I think so too. But I found it interesting, Bicka talking about how it's all being rushed to be used in the legal system, and there's very little scrutiny. There's very little oversight. That's a major problem, a major problem, and I'm glad that she's trying to address it. She's one of the best people to do it, in my opinion. She also talks about the discovery. This is interesting, okay? These are all the things that she mentioned that she wants to touch on. The discovery of information, the documentation of them doing the searches in these systems. Are they documenting it properly? Which with the FBI in the Kohberger case, it didn't seem so, right? There was only handwritten notes.
Here's my issue with that, though, before you move on to the next one, because that documenting, anything that's done in a computer has unrewritable history. Like, you're not going to be able to delete it. So it's there. It's, are you going to give us the access we need to be able to get it?
Right. And they should have some kind of policy where every search,
Yep,
you have to take notes.
Everything.
Every search you did, you have to write it down. Every person or whatever, I don't know how it all works.
Like a 25 question questionnaire of the potential suspect, who's doing the test, the time of the test, the length of the test, how the test, like all those regular
all
science
search
questions,
details,
because you're doing science.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Agree. Yes, absolutely. So, also issues with the Fourth Amendment right, our Fourth Amendment rights, like privacy concerns, the privacy concerns of not only the defendant, but the families of the defendant, questions of whether GEDmatch or MyHeritage is being abused by law enforcement, and prosecutorial overreach or misconduct.
I think creating a system where it automatically notates every single person who logs into the system and every single thing that they do could fix a lot of that overreach issues. You know,
I agree with you. I hope in Doggo, by the FBI officer or ex-agent, I hope he does that, but guarantee he won't. Because he's gung-ho about IGG, and I understand why. I get it. I understand it. It is incredible, and I absolutely support it, as long as there is true voluntary consent, informed consent on the part of the people who are putting their DNA in the system, and that it's not being misused where they're using people who didn't consent.
Yeah.
Because that's a major issue that Bicka and Leah Larkin and multiple people have brought up and said, we know that they're abusing it. We've seen it done.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, the intern policy. I know I've seen another creator go over this, but I wanted to touch on just a couple things, and I will post it to our Discord on the investigations cases thing. I'll post it so that everybody can see it. But this intern policy is really the only thing that is like any kind of regulation on forensic genealogy. That's it. This. And I did hear that Bush guy, the FBI ex-agent, say that there have been a couple states that have passed a couple laws trying to limit what they can do with forensic genealogy. But that's really it.
Yeah, because nobody understands it. How can you manage something you don't understand?
Right. And it's not even, it even says in this intern policy that like basically no places have the ability, no jurisdictions, at least not the FBI, but like local jurisdictions don't really have the ability or the tech to do any of this IGG stuff. So they have to outsource to private companies, literally like every time, which explains Authrum completely. They don't even have the ability to do this at their state labs. It's not even possible yet. So the purpose of this intern policy is to promote the reasoned exercise of investigative, scientific, and prosecutorial discretion in cases that involve forensic, genetic, genealogy, DNA analysis, and searching. Collaboration between investigators, laboratory personnel, and prosecutors is important because the decision to pursue FGGS may affect privacy interests, the consumption of forensic samples, and law enforcement's ability to solve violent crimes. I don't want to read all of this, you guys, because it is boring. But I did want to highlight a couple possibly interesting points. And we can talk about them a little bit because I know we're running kind of short on time. But anyway, so that's not important. That's a definition. There's a specific one I want to talk about. So it does talk about a computer algorithm, which is interesting. It goes into like a lot of definitions here, which I think are important. And I suggest anyone who's interested in this definitely go read it. Okay, information derived from genetic associations is used by law enforcement only as an investigative lead. Traditional genealogy research and other investigative work is needed to determine the true nature of any genetic association. A suspect shall not be arrested based solely on a genetic association generated by a GG service. If a suspect is identified after a genetic association has occurred, STR DNA typing must be performed, and the suspect's STR DNA profile must be directly compared to the forensic profile previously uploaded to CODIS. This comparison is necessary to confirm that the forensic sample could have originated from the suspect.
Yep.
So that's exactly what essentially we saw here in the Kohberger case, is that they did IGG, apparently sent that to AXIOM, and then compared it to the STR sample they supposedly took from the sheath. Our main question here is, if it was such a tiny amount of DNA, how did they get an STR profile and then also an SMP profile by sending that to AXIOM with their little vacuum and then compare them back and forth?
Yeah.
How did that work?
What they're saying here too is like, after the arrest and you get the STR profile from somebody, you have to then take that profile and compare it to the original attempt that you submitted into CODIS, meaning they each should be timestamped and prove that this is the one that attempted to go into CODIS and this is the new one here. And yes, they are a match because of this marker, this marker, this marker, and this marker.
Exactly. Absolutely. So it talks about basically all the circumstances in which they can use FGGS, because it doesn't seem that they are supposed to just use it freely. Like, it's supposed to be under very specific circumstances. And here's one that Bush, that FBI agent, actually highlighted. And in this interim policy, it says that basically that when the circumstances surrounding the criminal acts present are substantial and ongoing threat to public safety or national security, then they can use this. Like, it doesn't have to just be in a cold case or capital murder case. It can also be when there's an ongoing threat.
Okay.
So that could be a qualifying factor in the Kohberger case. If they're considering him a serial killer who has moved across the nation, they could have used that right there in the interim policy. That could have gave them, because basically what Bush was saying is that clause, that sentence right there, gave them way more wiggle room to have the ability to use this in other situations other than a murder case.
They just have to prove someone might be dangerous.
Right. Exactly. So Kohberger is considered basically like a serial killer and an ongoing threat, and he's all the way across the country to the other coast.
Yeah.
He's dangerous. He's a threat. So that could mean what we were talking about before, that you don't have to have 0 leads.
Yeah.
That may not be the qualifying factor for FGGS in this case.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, it could totally be that. But there's, hold on, one more where it talks about the prosecutor. So after they consult with the designated laboratory official, the investigative agency shall contact the prosecutor. The investigative agency shall advise the prosecutor of the nature and status of the investigation, the results of the DLO's evaluation of the candidate forensic sample, and any reasonable scientific alternatives to the FGGS provided by the DLO After discussing these issues and based on the information provided, the prosecutor and investigative agency must agree that the candidate forensic sample is suitable for FGG and that FGGS is a necessary and appropriate step at that stage of the investigation to develop investigative leads or to identify the unidentified human remains. If the agreement is reached on these points, FGGS may proceed. Meaning, Bill Thompson had to know everything if they followed the policy. But again, I don't think these are laws. And within multiple areas of this intern policy, they talk about that you have to follow the laws and regulations of the state that you're in, period.
Yeah.
So, like, this isn't an actual law. It's just a policy. Like, these are best practices.
Yeah. So
I don't think
they're pointless. That's what it means. That's literally what...
I don't think it's pointless.
When you're talking to someone like me, and I know there are other people out there in the world like me, when someone says, hey, let me show you a list of best practices. They aren't rules. Like, you're not going to get in trouble if you follow them or don't. My first reaction is like, oh, yeah, absolutely. Appreciate it.
See, but here, my other thing is,
for real,
is that this is never to be used as evidence in a case, you guys. This is a lead only. This is to only be used as a lead, not evidence, ever. That it literally says that in this intern policy. So, who cares if you follow the rules? What's the point? If it's not a law, if it's only a policy and like these are your best practices and this is what you should be doing in this case, well, who cares if it's never going to be used in court and no one's ever going to know?
Yeah. Yeah.
We may never know what happened with the IGG in the Kohberger case unless the judge says, and we don't have a decision on that yet.
That's just unfair.
So hope they release that to the public. I hope he decides to, because I think it's important that we know exactly what they're doing, because that FBI agent said, I believe the public will support it as long as we're honest. We tell them the truth. We do it right. You know, yeah, you're right. We will support it if you're honest and tell us the truth. The problem is we don't feel like you are.
Yep.
We don't feel like you are, especially not in the Kohberger case. So if all that information comes out and it appears like they followed this policy, because I do think this policy, it all makes sense. And if they're following it, I think it's right and it's okay. But the problem is it's not a law. It's just a policy.
Yeah.
It's just like best practices. And if it's never used in court, nobody ever sees it. Nobody ever gets in trouble.
Yep. Yep.
But that's what I got. I want to know what you guys think about the information we went over. I definitely am going to link all those videos I was talking about in the Discord under investigations and cases and the whole entirety of the intern policy. So come check it out. And yeah, if you have anything to add to this discussion, please leave it in the comments.
Yeah. All right. So, let's get something straight.
Kind of aggressive.
What? That's talking about my beard.
Oh, okay.
Let's get something straight. All right. So, number one case tonight. Let's get into the nerdy sciencey stuff, right? So, let's talk about the continuation of our investigation into subjectivity and objectivity and the difference when we're looking into these investigations and cases using these two topics. So, when we're looking at a case, right, the number one thing that we're looking for is truth, right? So what is truth to you? Not the textbook definition.
Facts.
Okay, so what are facts to you?
Something that's undeniably true.
Okay, so can facts be more facty than other facts?
No.
What?
It's either a fact or it's not.
No, that's not true.
I mean, I guess maybe. What is a facty and a fact?
Okay, if you know what I'm talking about.
I guess
if
kind
somebody
of.
walks outside and you're like, "Oh, it's bright." That's a fact if the sun's out, okay? But if somebody else walks outside and you're like, it's bright. And they're like, not so much. Those are both facts. If the sun's up, the sky's clear, and one person says it's bright, but this other person says it's not really that bright. Like, it might be bright, but it's not that bright. Because this person over here who just walked out grew up somewhere closer to the equator. And there is different levels of brightness. The same thing with a light. You can turn on a light, right? And you can turn it up to 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. Whether it's on 10% or 100%, that light is on. But it is more on at 100% than 10%.
Okay.
So what is more true? The 100% is more true that the light's on than the 10%. And it goes the same with any science, literally any science.
Okay.
And we're just talking about DNA. Take a DNA comparison and you have one where, let's say we're looking at 10 markers, okay? This is a match. They have all 10 markers with this suspect. This is a match. They have 8 markers with this suspect with 2 unknown. Both of those things are true. Both of those things are facts, but this is more true and more factual. The 10 out of 10, right? And why that's interesting, and I think why I wanted to go down this topic, is because in the community, there's so much bickering and so much opinion and so much like fact shaming, if you want to call it that, where people are like, that's not a fact. Yes, it is a fact. This is my fact. This is that fact. Okay, well, what is a fact, right? Like, if we're talking about science, there shouldn't be any wiggle room.
True.
Is there?
I guess so.
What's interesting when I was looking this up is that I've come to find out that facts are true as long as somebody believes they're true.
So facts are subjective?
I mean, they can be. So, okay. A fact is a thing that is known or proved to be true. So while all facts are true because they can be verified, not all truths are based on verifiable facts. Which this whole conversation around science into true crime and the Idaho 4 case, it sounds like a catch-22. But if we're going to be looking at this scientifically, right, and we're going to be looking at each piece of the evidence and breaking it apart and getting it down to the nitty-gritty, we got to be able to look at it scientific at the best way possible, humanly possible, right? So truths can be based on personal experiences, subjectivity, emotions, or cultural beliefs, and may vary from person to person. So when somebody's looking at a fact objectively, they're going to be looking at that fact objectively through their subjective lens. And that is literally the definition of a fact. Interesting, right?
Yeah, I guess I never really thought about that that
Super
before.
right. I didn't either. So when the video for tomorrow comes out, because we're recording on Saturday and it's going to be playing Sunday night before we do the True Crime Talk Show. This is going to be the continuation on to the objectivity subjectivity conversation, because I think this helps continue that conversation into how subjectivity is important while looking into the objective facts of any case. Really important, because I don't think a lot of people have a grasp on this, a true grasp on this. And why I say that is not because I think people are dumb. Our viewers are the smartest people out there, period. Like, smarter than every other true crime community out there. I'm calling it. Our viewers are. The Thought Riot community is. So, and our goal is science. Is the gossip fun? Is the drama when we're looking into cases fun? Yeah, it can be. I think you would be lame to say that it's not interesting. That is the interesting part, is that drama. But when it comes to our justice system, like what we were just talking about, that's where that line has to be drawn, man. We got to be able to look at these things as scientific as possible, as objective as possible. And I've found personally that the only way to be able to look at science and details in a case objectively is being able to understand your subjective flaws in any situation. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Because that's like addiction, right? What's the first step? Admitting you have a problem.
Right.
Okay. How can you fix a problem if you don't know it's a problem?
Well, you can't.
Right. So when I was researching this, the whole time I'm thinking, dude, I feel like I'm going to be teaching a bunch of kindergartners, but every single thing I looked at, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm learning so much stuff here.
I'm the kindergartner.
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. So maybe our viewers know this. I don't know, but I didn't. I took away a ton from this, a absolute ton, right? I didn't even know some of those details around facts. I didn't even understand that, hey, a fact is a fact, right? And that's why we got to get away from this idea of like everything's this or that and it's concrete. No, actually science is ever expanding and evolving and changing always. And what's interesting and why sociology and psychology is so interesting is that a fact is only a fact as long as people believe it's a fact.
Yeah.
And see it as a fact, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, of course, there are, which we'll be talking about, laws too. Where that changes, where that flips is when we start talking about scientific laws. Now, a scientific law is a statement of fact deduced from observation to the effect that a particular natural or scientific phenomenon always occurs if certain conditions are present, meaning it doesn't matter what's going on. It is always repeatable. And a good example of that is Newton's third law of motion states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So like, you know, those little marble sets or whatever that like, whatever. That's Newton's third law of motion, and it will always repeat as long as the conditions are always the same, because it's a law. It is part of our universe. It has to do with gravity and motion and a continuation in the action and then recurring reaction. You know what I mean? So that's something that I think a lot of people want cases and true crime and content creators to always speak in laws. Wouldn't that be nice? That would be a black and white world. We'd know everything. Like everything would be so obvious to us.
Yeah, because like people who were convicted of crimes in the past, like that was a fact. They were guilty. Until they weren't anymore.
Exactly.
So was the fact actually they were innocent the whole time? We just didn't know that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly.
It would be great. And I think that the Idaho
just
4
like
case,
flat earth, dude. People thinking that was a fact until it wasn't.
I'm not going to get into that. I don't even want to touch on that one. But
that's okay.
I get
just leave it
I
there.
get your example. I understand it for sure. 100%.
I knew you would be annoyed that I even said it, but
it drives me crazy. But yeah. So okay. Now, so we talked about law, and I feel like law is like way over here when fact is the beginning of way over here, you know? Now we have theory. And one person I want to give a shout out to is Greg, because Greg started this whole series on objectivity and subjectivity, and then looking at what objective research and details are and just how subjective in nature that can be and why it's literally impossible to have somebody, a content creator, us, you guys, only be objective. It is impossible.
Well, yeah, and speak in solely facts.
Laws.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, right.
Because we do speak in facts. We speak in our subjective facts. And, you know, for viewers that are looking for law type details and information, everyone always has to remember that, and it's part of the reason why I walk through life thinking that everything's optimistic and everyone believes they're doing the right thing, because I do think people believe they're doing the right thing through their subjective lens. You know what I mean?
Ted Bundy didn't believe he was doing the right thing.
Yeah, but that's a flaw. That's a completely that doesn't fit into the normal calculation because he's not normal. So he's not standard. He's not part of that sociology. He's an outsider. But yes, absolutely. So, okay, let's go into theory now. So, theory and hypotheses, okay? And this is really where, like, the meat is in any case investigation, okay? So, theory, a supposition or a system of ideas intended to explain something, especially one based on general principles independent of the thing to be explained. So, did you know that evolution is a theory?
Yeah, it's called the theory of evolution.
Okay, but, well, Darwin's theory of evolution, but evolution is a theory.
As a whole is a theory, absolutely.
Yeah, like natural evolution in all things, not the human theory of evolution. I don't think most people knew that. I didn't know that because it's provable, but it's not repeatable.
Right.
So it's a theory.
Yeah, I knew it was a theory.
Okay. Well,
I took biology in college, so.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not general knowledge.
That was my major, was biology.
That's not general knowledge. That evolution, I think most people will probably try and connect like human evolution when I say evolution, but I'm talking about every evolution.
Right.
Is a theory.
Yeah.
It can't be proved because it can't be repeated.
Right.
But it is a known fact because we have literally seen it.
The most we've proved is adaptions like that.
Yeah. So that blew my mind thinking about that because I've never sat down and actually thought about that. So then as I'm researching this, I'm like, wait, what? That's crazy. Yeah, because we can't repeat that experiment to prove that any evolution is true. So then I started looking up animals that have evolved in a short enough lifespan that we've been able to like track it. And there's these butterflies that are out there that evolved, and they're such a small type of butterfly, and they're literally the only animal on the face of this earth that has blue pigment on them. No other animal does except this one butterfly. The rest of them use a fake they manipulate light to make them appear blue. All animals that are blue manipulate light to appear blue, but they aren't actually blue. So except for this one butterfly. And that butterfly evolved within at least the last amount of years that we've been documenting animals. Interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Super interesting. But so then I started digging into like different types of theories and whatnot. And you have like criminal theory, you have the scientific theories, sociological theories. So different types of theories. There are the different disciplines in theories. You have the physical sciences, sociology theories, philosophy theories, psychology theories, political sciences, economics, and then you also have theories within criminology.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Honestly, the whole Kohberger thing, it's a theory right now.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it is.
Like the entire case
is a theory.
Whether you think he's guilty or whether you think he's innocent or whether you don't know, it is all a theory.
Well, yeah. I mean, his guilt is a theory formed by the investigators.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and where I'm going with that is obviously, like, as we're talking through this, you're getting that. But I hope a lot of other people out there understand the fact that, like, this disdain that's going on within the community for people that think that he's guilty or people that think that he's innocent, no matter what you believe, the police, people that are doing science to prove his innocent or guilt, people that are trying to convict him to prove his innocent or guilt, the prosecutors, the defense attorneys, all of us content creators, we are all running our opinions and our facts based on theories. Everything.
Yep.
So we are all just a bunch of humans creating theories about the Idaho 4 case.
Yep. There are no facts.
That's why it drives me crazy. The whole, like, and I even say it too. I add to that bucket saying, like, let's go to the tin hat topic and conspiracy theory type topic, because conspiracy theory is a definition nowadays in society. Like, when I say conspiracy theory, most of you, me, most of the people in the world know where I'm going with that. It just means almost like it's an extreme theory, right? That is so far outside of what we would classify as normal that it's conspiracy theory. But then you have other people that hear the word conspiracy theory and they think lie.
And planned. Like there are conspirators for it to be a conspiracy.
What do you mean?
There are conspirators, people.
I don't know what you mean.
Conspiracy, like the definition of conspiracy is like a planned thing.
Oh, yeah, I don't think, yeah, but I'm going based off of like the general public definition. When they hear conspiracy theory, they hear liars. They hear people putting on a tin hat that don't have their intelligence about them. And just connecting dots that aren't possible. Complete and total lies.
Okay, I misread what you were saying.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what you were talking about, but regardless of whether it's like conspiracy theory, whether it is justice theory, police theory, they're all just theories. So why does theory in general leave like a bad taste in people's mouths?
Because people, I think, want it to be solid. They want it to be solid and like, this is what happened. This is the facts. This is what it is.
But you know, like, to scientists, theories are like the golden egg.
They are.
They are the greatest thing ever in the entire world. Like, that's what they strive for. Librarytext.org, which is essentially just a breakdown of textbooks that you can get worldwide. And it is that I have here. What is a theory? The United States National Academy of Sciences describes what a theory is as follows. Some scientific explanations are so well established that no new evidence is likely to alter them. The explanation becomes a scientific theory. In everyday language, a theory means a hunch or speculation, which I believe is looked at wrong, especially when we're looking at the true crime community and looking at the science around it, which is what most investigators or people that are looking at the true crime are doing. In everyday language, a theory means a hunch or speculation. Not so in science. In science, the word theory refers to a comprehensive explanation of an important feature of nature supported by facts gathered over time. Theories also allow scientists to make predictions about as yet unobserved phenomena. Bam. Interesting.
So in science, it's well supported.
It is in science, but I want to be real careful using that term in science, because when we're digging into a crime, we're looking at the science.
Yeah.
So it's funny how theories have such a bad rap.
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
Which I think, honestly, with the direction that we take our show, you could literally call us like Theory Riot, right? We're trying to be a think tank. We're trying to bring theories to the table, talk about possibilities, talk about the likelihood of it being real or being true or whatever, you know? So I have another one here. A scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world based on a body of facts that have been repeatedly confirmed through observation and experimentation. Such fact-supported theories are not guesses, but reliable accounts of the real world. The theory of biological evolution is more than just a theory. It is as factual an explanation of the universe as atomic theory of matter, stating that everything is made up of atoms, or the germ theory of disease, which states that many diseases are caused by germs. Our understanding of gravity is still a work in progress, but the phenomenon of gravity, like evolution, is an accepted fact. Now, here's some important notes, some key features of theories that are important to understand from this description. So, theories are explanations of natural phenomenon. They aren't predictions. Although we may use theories to make predictions, they are explanations as to why we observe something. Theories aren't likely to change. They have a large amount of support and are able to satisfactorily explain numerous observations. Theories can indeed be facts. Theories can change, but it is a long and difficult process. In order for a theory to change, there must be many observations or pieces of evidence that the theory cannot explain. Theories are not guesses. The phrase, just a theory, has no room in science. To be a scientific theory carries a lot of weight. It is not just one person's idea about something. Theories aren't likely to change. So I don't think most people have a thorough understanding of what a theory is. And the reason why I don't think that is because I think, like most things in life, the word theory has two different definitions and two different explanations. You have the general social definition of theory. When you hear people say theory, it's an automatic bad word, which is a shame. Because why are we not looking or making the attempt to look at things objectively?
I don't know if it's a bad name, but people don't give it a lot of weight.
Oh, dude, it's a total bad word.
I don't think so.
Absolutely.
Why do you think
in
it's
the
a bad
true
word?
crime community, theory is a bad word. Conspiracy theorist is a bad word. Like
True.
we just talked about. Theory is like people hear liar, fake, not true,
Like misinformation.
negative. Yeah. And it's literally the opposite. A theory is more trusted and believed than a fact is, based on the textbook definition, because facts are subjective, theories are not. Mind
Should
twist.
we even be calling our speculations theories, though, then?
Yeah. I think that it's okay to call them theories. Absolutely, as long as they're supported. Otherwise, people are just making themselves look bad. Yeah. Then what they're saying is just a lie at that point, you know? Then I guess
I just feel
they're
like
the liar.
the scientific definition of a theory is basically that it is a fact, like, and it's not likely to change ever.
No, it's not. No. It's a provable fact. A fact is not truth, based on what we just talked about. A fact is not. You should be believing more in a verifiable theory than you are in a fact. And that's why I'm bringing this up. That's why most people have this wrong. Most people hear fact and think like, oh, that is truth. No, that is somebody's subjective truth is a fact.
Okay.
So interesting. Now, for the last part here, we have hypothesis. Okay, so a hypothesis, a supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation. It's an if and then statement. So like, if there are tunnels connected to 1122 King Road and there's no evidence of a suspect leaving the crime, then the suspect must have used the tunnels. Hypotheses.
Very interesting.
You know?
There's a lot of hypotheses in true crime.
Yeah. So like what you were just saying a minute ago, I guess people should be using the term hypothesis, but like
that's kind of what I was kind of thinking, yeah.
But I don't think people understand. Most people don't understand these terms and what they mean because, again, they have two definitions. It's not obvious unless this is your focus of study. I think people want to believe it's obvious, but it is not. Based on the sociology and the psychology and what we have in an understanding of what people know, this stuff is not obvious. It is a very specific type of information and experience and stuff to know.
It's a very specific way of looking at things because typically when you're looking at a case, you're not thinking like a scientist. Scientists think a very specific type of way.
Which is problematic. That's the whole point to this video. That's why we're trying to learn and figure out the right way to look at some of these topics because we want to strip away any opinion, which everyone's opinionated. There are people that are more subjective than objective, like we just talked about in the video. That is part one to this one, you know? And that's the whole point in bringing this topic up is, yes, I think that the dirty word here should actually be hypothesis, not theory.
If you're using it like applying it in the scientific way. But I still don't think hypothesis should be a dirty word. Like, I think it's
Wait,
okay to speculate.
Isn't crime investigating science?
Yeah?
I mean, so where's the flaw?
I don't think there's a flaw in hypothesis at all.
No, the flaw is with the people who watch true crime and have the social definition of theory. That's the flaw. The flaw is in the mind and the thinking, like most things.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. There's a social definition for everything.
And if you strip that away, because all crime is scientific, all of it.
The investigative techniques used, absolutely.
I mean, yeah, and that's everything.
Yeah.
That is everything.
Yeah.
Like the crime itself, the act itself is not once police and crime scene investigators and our justice system gets involved. You know what I mean? So obviously the act itself isn't science. That literally is like subjectivity at its core most of the time, depending on, you know, the person doing it, things like that. But everything that comes after it is science, whether it's statistical data, whether it is everything except like profiling and psychology. Profiling and psychology is so heavily subjective based on literally everything. The person that's doing the profiling, the people that are involved in the profile database itself, everything else, in my opinion, should be science-backed. We need more science in true crime. We need more science in this world. Really. And here's an interesting thing that I want to say too, is I've seen multiple true crime creators out there that have tried to put down this idea around the tunnels, okay? And I'll preface this, okay? I'll mansplain it before I explain what I'm talking about. But so the tunnels, there's no evidence that it comes to 1122, right?
Mm-hmm.
None.
No.
We haven't seen anything stating that it connects to 1122, right?
Right.
Well, multiple content creators out there have said that, okay, well, like, why are we even talking about the tunnels? Why is this even being brought up? Why, you know, trying to make it this theory or this speculation around a tunnel being involved in the crime, like really dumb to track or whatever. In science, a lack of evidence doesn't make something more real, too. So what I mean by that is because we don't have evidence of a tunnel connecting to 1122 doesn't make the possibility of a tunnel connecting to 1122 less probable.
Okay.
Scientifically, when you're looking at it from a scientific perspective, if you don't have evidence of something, it doesn't mean that it's not true. We don't have evidence of gravity. Nothing within gravity meets the scientific definition of evidence.
But it's a theory.
Exactly.
So they have evidence, they just can't repeat it, right?
They
can't repeat
No, they can repeat the theory, but there's no, it can't be seen, touch, felt, or anything, right? So it's the same thing as like evolution, where you can't obviously repeat that because it would probably be a different outcome based on circumstances, surroundings, things like that. But gravity is still a theory because it can't be. We don't know for sure because the only way to know is to really just drop an apple. But what allows us to drop that apple is this giant lump of rock that we're standing on that we believe, but we have no way of repeating that test because there's only one Earth. right? So no matter where you go on the earth, we're going to get the same outcome. So how do we repeat that?
Or is it they can't make the effect that gravity has? Like they can't make gravity, so it's not repeatable.
Yeah, I mean, I'll triple check that.
Just like they can't create evolution.
Yeah, yep, it is theory. Yep. Yeah. It's not a fact, it's not provable, and it's not a law. So, yeah.
I thought theory could be considered as fact, but facts are subjective.
Facts are subjective.
So it may not be true.
So it can evolve. A law can't change.
Right.
A fact can change.
Yeah.
Yep. A law is part of like the embedded universe, you know. You're always going to get the same outcome no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, whatever, if you're just repeating the test. So, we don't have a way of proving the gravity of repeating that process and making it factual. Weird, huh? I think it's super weird. I learned a lot looking into this, like a lot. And what's so interesting is like a lot of these topics, most people would look at this and be like, dude, why are you teaching me like 5th grade science? Okay. And that's literally how I felt going into it, for real. But the fact of the matter is through our days and lives and the things we're looking at, we lose the perspective to make these connections for the science that we've learned earlier in our lives, or it gets shoved into the junk drawer in our mind and stuffed way back in the basement of our mind, put behind a whole bunch of boxes, and people forget to make these connections. It's usually one or the other. When a lot of people need that constant, a lot of people, me, I need that constant reminder to draw these connections and conclusions when I'm talking about science. And all true crime is science, all of it.
Yeah, it definitely, things like that you learned in school definitely do get pushed back in your mind, and you don't if you're not using them every day and applying them, there's no point in even thinking about them. But in true crime, I see value in, reopening that junk drawer.
I mean,
pulling these principles back out and looking at them and seeing, like, if you are invested in a case and the investigation of that case, how can you be a little more objective,
multiple people asked for these types of topics. Now, like I gave a shout out earlier to Greg, who really said, hey, you should really give a definition down into the different types of theories and hypotheses and research and all this stuff, which we can go deeper on this. And there will probably be a part 3 into this too. But I don't think most people know these things. I really don't.
Well, I guess you can tell us in the comments. Did you know it beforehand?
Yeah. I didn't. I had no idea. If you would have asked me to give a definition and breakdown of these meanings beforehand, I would not have been able to tell you this. I probably would have been able to give you a 5th grade version definition, which is when I learned it, and not the adult version definition and how it pertains to true crime. So yeah, I had a ton of fun researching this, and I love the science stuff. It is my favorite. I am nerdy as they come when it comes to learning, and I'm the type of person where I need to learn something over and over and over and over and over for it to stick. So, but I am curious what you guys think and how you guys think about it. and how you believe this pertains to the case. Going back to the tunnel, though, I just want to re-emphasize that not having proof doesn't make it less true.
Agree.
100%.
Agree.
When I think one piece that the true crime community in a whole, us included, are guilty of is looking at a situation and being like, well, if you don't have evidence, I'm not going to believe that. When we should be saying, okay, that's possible. I just need to see the evidence to back that in everything. So I'm going to be trying really hard to look at every possibility as, okay, that's possible as long as it is within the reality of our world's laws and rules. It even is a possibility. But do we have evidence to back that?
For sure.
Yeah. What do you think the biggest thing having to do with the Idaho 4 case after hearing this is like drawing your connection?
What do you mean drawing my connection?
Like what when we're talking about this and the refresher on all these topics, what has the biggest connection in the Idaho 4 case to this? So what do you think now is like one of the bigger theories you would like to know? Or when you're looking at the case,
well, I think the frat theory is what comes to my mind the most because I guess you could still consider it a hypothesis, but there's a lot there.
Oh, there's a lot there.
There's a lot there that really makes you wonder. You know, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
And that's why I wanted to talk kind of about the Ted Bundy sorority murders, which we're going to be talking about next. Because there is a lot there. And there's certain circumstances that happened that back up that theory that really they stick with me.
Yeah, it's for me. It is 100% the fraternity 4chan theory. I also see a lot of data backing a drug theory too. I really do. I don't think we're ever going to get any proof around the tunnel, but I absolutely see evidence to prove it's possible. Not to prove that it's there, to prove that it's possible it could be there.
Agreed.
And that's different. That is not evidence proving it's there. It's just evidence proving it could be.
And when we say drug theory, I know that it's been said, well, they didn't have drugs in their system. Like supposedly one of the I think it was Steve said that their toxicology or the coroner, somebody was like, there was nothing in their system. I'm pretty sure it was the coroner and maybe Steve repeated it, that there was nothing in the toxicology reports. So it was most definitely not drugs. They didn't have to be using drugs for the drug theory to be true.
When did Steve say that?
Take it as hearsay for right now.
I would take it as hearsay.
I remember there was a statement by the coroner about there not being drugs in the toxicology reports and that she didn't believe it to have anything to do with drugs.
You're confusing this with another case that we just covered, I'm pretty sure, because Kathy Madbutt specifically would not answer on that. And when I was doing the research for the drug theory video, which normally I'd post here, but I'm not doing the editing like that, the reporter asked specifically about the toxicology reports. And that's when Madbutt got uncomfortable and did that weird, like, Twitch or whatever. And she said that, that I don't see how that would have anything to do with the case.
Okay. Well, I thought I remember a statement out there. If I'm wrong,
that's probably Steve.
If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But I can look it up and have it prepared when we talk at the live if I can find anything. If it's true, my memory, which memories are faulty, so it could not be true.
Yeah.
But I know that there is contention regardless of whether or not the kids were on drugs. And my only point of saying that is that it doesn't matter.
No.
They don't have to be on
Yeah.
drugs or not on drugs for the drug theory to be a real possibility at all. Like, it literally doesn't matter.
Yes, that's such a great connection, because I agree with you 100%. And that's probably good that you said that too, because anytime you bring up the possibility of a drug theory, you either hear Steve's comment about, oh yeah, there's no drugs. That's like a Hollywood movie. Okay, drugs are everywhere in the entire world, and we've already looked at those
like
stats.
An epidemic.
Yeah, and we just ended a drug war, like, which was, in the U.S.
Is
in all
it ended?
states. So I think officially, but I don't know. But anytime you bring that up, people automatically think that you're trying to say they were like needle junkies, gutter using street rats. You know what I mean? And that is the furthest thing that we're trying to suggest. We're trying to suggest that either somebody had interest in that house because of drugs and or money, and they might not even know or have anything to do with it. I don't know.
Yeah, they might have nothing to do with it. And the original drug theory video we did was talking about the parents who were in active addiction, who may have had involvement with people, and
scary people
sometimes go after family, not you.
Yep.
So,
absolutely.
And that would make it a situation where it wouldn't matter what the kids are doing at all.
Yeah.
Nothing they did mattered. It would have happened regardless. In other situations, it could just be, there's a lot of other situations it could be where they weren't on drugs, and this still could have happened. So I just wanted to say that.
So let us know your facts, your theories, your hypothesis, and our laws in the comments below. Let us know.
When talking about the Brian Kohberger, Idaho 4 Moscow student murder massacre, we've heard a few times the Ted Bundy Chi Omega sorority killings in Florida. Heard it compared since the beginning. People thought that this crime was reminiscent of a Ted Bundy crime. Sorority girls. Ted Bundy used.
I didn't think it was.
I agree with you. I don't think it's that reminiscent, but there are some certain aspects that we could compare and contrast and kind of look at that I think are interesting.
Yeah.
So,
like, are we just comparing and contrasting to the Idaho 4 suspect, vaguely, veiled suspect, or to Brian Kohberger?
So, I don't know.
Okay.
I guess I didn't really think like that.
I
was thinking more about the crime, I guess, and the suspect, I guess. Not necessarily Brian Kohberger.
Yeah.
So yeah, thinly veiled suspect. I would go with that. So this crime starts right after Ted Bundy escaped a jail in Colorado, where he climbed out of the roof or whatever. Yeah. And then he got rearrested and then jumped out of a 2-story window in the law library, and then did his whole track across America, stealing cars, taking buses, and made it down to Florida.
Crawled through a light. Literally took out the light and crawled through one of those square lights into a guard's house.
And he lost weight for months just to do it.
I know.
It's crazy. It's wild. His lawyer noticed his weight loss too. It was sudden apparently, and it was a lot.
He literally just stopped eating.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Dedicated. So he makes his way to Florida. And this is in Tallahassee, and he rents a room that is 2 blocks down the street from the Chi Omega sorority house. He himself was in, university for a while, and it seems like actually quite a few of his crimes took place in university settings, in a town, a student, many of them.
His whole adult life, it seemed like he was in a university setting.
It's weird, right?
Yeah.
I wonder why. I guess that was just his MO. Like
maybe just women are more
that type
common.
that type of woman too that he liked that fit his victimology.
Yeah.
But
strange.
So he rents this room, which that room is gone now, by the way. They tore it down and it's a parking lot. I saw somebody walk down there. It was kind of interesting seeing all of it on the street. But so he rents this room, and one night, it's actually the night before the murders. It's pretty late at night. He goes to this club called Sherrod's, and Sherrod's, I have an advertisement here for it. It's a disco dancing club.
Boogie down.
We're talking 1978, January 14th. He goes there, and the cops interviewed multiple girls, and multiple sorority sisters were there, including both victims that night.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's the connection, because I always thought he entered it in like a rampage fit, because I think he did multiple crimes within that 24-hour period.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. But so that night he's there. We don't know if he ever encountered those two specific victims, but he did encounter sorority girls from that sorority.
Quite a coincidence.
Multiple of the sorority sisters saw him that night. One of the survivors said she didn't notice him, but there were other sorority girls that did, and said that he looked like he was older, like much older, that they noticed him because he was scanning the room and staring at girls, and it was making them uncomfortable, and he was a lot older than them.
That's so strange. That is the opposite of Ted Bundy.
It is. And
Literally
I think this really speaks to his escalation at this time, because he does go on a rampage, and he picks a victim way later, like later on after this crime, which is the 12-year-old, which normally he didn't kill children.
No.
So something was going on there. He escaped multiple times, and he did things that weren't like him. He changed his MO kind of a little bit.
Yeah.
So
I wonder if he was trying to get like, I'm going to pay back society for locking me up, so I'm going to do the worst of the worst that anybody could do. Children and college kids, like, you know what I mean?
He was always doing college girls, it seems like, or a lot of them were, but they were pretty young.
Yeah.
But anyway, they notice him. He actually asked one of them to dance, and she made a joke to her friends, and she's like, "Look at this guy I'm about to dance with. He looks like an ex-con." Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, one of the survivors actually wrote a book trying to dispel the idea that he was charming and charismatic.
Oh, dude.
I don't know how she could have
the video
of the court. I know his trial. I feel like that's a lost cause. I support her. She's a survivor, and I feel bad that she went through that, but I don't think you're going to be able to accomplish that. She was
disgusted at the interest that people had.
She was, for sure. And I understand that.
I get it too, but his charisma doesn't have anything to do with his disgusting darkness that's in him. You can have both, and it doesn't make you better or worse.
Yeah.
So, yeah, wild.
Yeah, it is. So, apparently, when he was leaving the club or standing outside or something, it was later reported by a woman outside that that Bundy asked her, are you a Chi Omega sorority sister? Like, are you in that sorority? And she said, no. And he said, you're lucky.
No way.
Yeah. So he was specifically targeting those sorority sisters.
Are you sure?
Yeah. That was what was reported to the police when he talked to all of them.
Whoa.
Now, could she be mistaken? I don't know. There was actually a ton of women who came out and claimed to have been assaulted by Ted Bundy, and they can't verify a lot of them.
Well, yeah.
Because people were obsessed with him.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
There's those couple, and that one that we talked about that ended up being able to be proved. She just was part of that religious sect or whatever in the Utah area and didn't want to be seen as not being pure, which
is sad.
It's so sad.
It's horrible. Dude. Horrible. But I don't know when she reported that. I'm assuming it was really close to the time of the crime. So I think it's true, but look it up yourself and see what you think. So then later that night, and this is about 2:45 in the morning, he walks down to the Chi Omega house and he goes through the backyard and notices the combination lock on the back door is broken. That's strangely reminiscent of Idaho 4. Their back door was broken. And he picks up a log. Some people have said it's like a branch, but I think it was like a log.
Yeah, I think it was a really big
log
stick. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he walks in there, goes up to the second floor, and he first enters the first victim's room, which is Margaret Bowman, and attacks her and then strangles her with pantyhose. And then he goes across the hall to Lisa Levy and he does the same thing, but he essays her that time. And then he goes to another room where the two survivors actually are, where he hits both of them with the log. Actually, at first he tripped and made a loud noise, which woke Ruben up, one of the survivors, and I heard her account of this, and she said she heard something loud that woke her up, and she saw this dark figure standing over her with something in their hand, and then she said he just smashed it on her face, and at first it didn't hurt. She felt nothing.
That's when know you're hurt.
Well, and then she said it was excruciating, and the whole time, after she claimed he left and assaulted someone else, but according to everything I've seen, that doesn't appear to be the way it's reported. But maybe one of the other victims were assaulted after. I don't know. That's just the order I heard it reported in.
Known or
the order. Yeah, the order of the victims doesn't really matter that much. But
not in this case. In some cases, when you're trying to use evidence and it can be important, but not in this case. Yeah.
Yeah. So then he leaves, is what she said, and comes back, and she's trying to make herself as small as possible, she said. And she said the whole time she heard the other assault that she thought she was screaming, but her jaw was broken and her face was smashed in, so she was really just gurgling. It's that horrific. It's that horrible.
I knew it was that horrific. And he was literally like a terror, dude.
He was ruthless. I just can't imagine what they went through. But he comes back and she's trying to make herself as small as possible. And then bright lights fill the room and save her life. And it's believed that it was one of the other sorority girls on a date coming back with their boyfriend and the lights, because her room faced the back of the house, and that's where they would pull up to park.
So you mean to tell me he was going to these girls' rooms one at a time?
Yeah.
Because that's not how it's portrayed in most cases.
Oh, it's one at a time. And by the time he got to the survivors, he had been in there 15 minutes.
Okay, because that's not how it... I've watched a lot of different videos on this, and I have heard that he went room to room like that, but I also heard that it was chaos in there, and it was like anybody that was within his reach, he was after the first victim or maybe the first two or something like that.
I mean, I don't know if you'd call it chaos, because there is a survivor who wasn't touched. There's actually 3, but she was not assaulted at all and had no idea he was even there.
Okay, until he didn't know she was there.
Yeah, he didn't know she was there. She was asleep. And she got up and found everyone. And apparently the roommate that came back with the boyfriend also saw him leaving the house with pantyhose over his face and saw a profile of him. And she's the only one who testified in court because she actually saw his face. And she could get, it was good enough to get a conviction.
Sure. Well, I think the teeth convicted him.
Yeah, but it was supporting. Like the other girls, because when she was deposed, which Ted Bundy deposed every single one of these victims and interrogated them himself.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't know why that was allowed. I hope to God there was mediators and other people in there.
It's our justice system, man.
It's kind of messed up.
You're allowed to represent yourself, and he went to school to be an attorney, so he had enough knowledge to know what he was doing.
I know, but in the instance where you could be re-victimizing someone, that's kind of messed up, I think. There should be something there where...
Maybe there should be something where you're not allowed to talk to him directly, so like you can be your attorney, and then you coach somebody else to talk to the victim. Maybe there's something we could do better, for sure.
Yeah, because that's super messed up.
Yeah.
Like, imagine that. Your attacker and someone who just killed your friends is interrogating you.
I mean, I wouldn't show up. I'd be like, do whatever you want to me. Like, I'm just not going. Yeah. I don't care. Good luck.
It's really messed up. Anyway, Reuben, the one who wrote the book, she was saying that she didn't see his face, so her testimony couldn't really do much for the conviction.
Okay.
So that's why that one who saw him leaving the house was so important.
Yeah.
Anyway, then he leaves after seeing the lights. She said she noticed him like getting like frantic and jittery, and then he runs out. The girl sees him, but then he goes down like 4 more blocks down the street to another girl's house, which is which one is that? That's Valerie. No, Valerie Duke was the one that was untouched. Cheryl Thomas. She was 21. He broke into her house while she slept, found her in her bed, and was doing the same thing to her. He still had the wooden club in his hand, and her neighbors heard noise and felt something was wrong, and they were literally like pounding on the door and calling and stuff, and he ran off, and she survived. Yeah. And then it's not a while before you hear from him, and then he kills the 12-year-old, and then he gets arrested and everything. But what I find interesting the most from this, because for one, the timeline, it is not as fast as everybody's been saying.
Yeah.
He was only like halfway through at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And another aspect to this that I think is interesting is the essay aspect, which he normally did. And what, in a situation like the Idaho 4, that's what I would expect, is some kind of gratification. Are there very many knife killers who get gratification from straight up just stabbing?
So with Ted Bundy, I don't think I'm just trying to make sure I remember correct, because we've covered so many of these guys' cases. So with Ted Bundy, I don't think the sexual aspect was the driving force like it is with others. It was the power. And I think this is pretty well known too, because you have certain women that he didn't do essay with, that it was more about like the suffocating, and if he got you alone, he was going to make you unconscious over and over and over again, whether hitting, choking, like, that weird control of power, like, I'm going to knock you out, then bring you back, knock you out, and I'm doing it like I'm choosing that on you. You know what I mean? I think that was more important with Ted Bundy than the sexual aspect. I think the sexual arousal came because of that. So,
because he assaulted the second victim, not the first, which is interesting.
Yeah,
I
or
wonder.
maybe it was a numbers game. Like, I know there's a lot of girls in here, so
But isn't that insane while the cops are at the sorority house? He's down the street at another house?
Yeah. When we covered his case a while back, I think at that point, we just glossed over a little bit of that. But yeah, I found that same thing super strange when I was researching into that too.
And then he goes on to do a child in.
I know. And that is...
And I think it's the escalation that sticks out the most to me. And with the Idaho 4 murders, I've always felt like from the beginning, this couldn't be the first. Whoever did this couldn't be the first. It's not even possible in my mind. This seems like a rampage, like a Ted, and I think that's why it's compared to Ted Bundy, is because it feels like a rampage.
Well, I think it's because it's a single house and it feels like a rampage, and it is sorority or Greek kids that are involved.
Yep.
And they knew it was, at least in the somewhat shorter time span. So taking all that into account, I understand why people draw the connection, but
I understand it too.
it's not the same.
It's
and
not
yes,
the same.
When you're looking at the time aspect of the Idaho 4 case, which is an important aspect of it, this doesn't support it. It hurts it.
It does hurt it. It doesn't support it. Now, it was pretty fast. And especially when you're talking about bludgeoning, not stabbing, like stabbing is going to be faster.
No. Stabbing is not going to be faster. If you slit a throat or stabbed a heart, yes. Not between 10 and 50 wounds in each person. That is not faster.
Oh, yeah. That's true, I guess.
So I think this hurts it all the way around.
Interesting.
Plus, I think one of the quickest ways to go is suffocation. And the first one, he suffocated.
And what's also interesting is that the roommates didn't hear it.
That is interesting.
They were sleeping. It's 2:45, 3 a.m. and they didn't hear it.
And you're sure of that?
The untouched roommate said she didn't hear anything.
Okay, because I think one of the recovered... So there's 3 total survivors, 1 untouched, and 2 that are mutilated forever. And I thought that I thought one of them couldn't remember anything, and the one that did remember thought that it was like chaos. But it could be that maybe she just felt like it was chaos because she was going through such a traumatic moment.
Yeah.
I don't know. So then what does that leave us, right? Was that one that was asleep and not touched? Was she drunk? Like, these factors matter.
They were if she was one of the ones at a club earlier that night, they very well could have been drunk.
Which, if you're drunk and you're asleep, it could be chaos and you might not wake up.
Well, see, I think it makes sense, honestly, that he went both victims, then survivor, and the 2 survivors that were assaulted, it would make sense that she would feel like it's chaos because he's going back and forth.
Yeah.
He's doing 2 people in the same room and she's surviving this. So it would feel like chaos to her. She didn't experience or see the other 2 victims who passed because they had their own rooms and they were separate.
Man, I'm going to have to dig back into that one because the image I have in my head is just that it's chaos. Like, he was doing anything and everything he could, from the biting, beating, strangling. He was literally like checking all the boxes. Scary stuff.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, that a single person could do this.
And you know what's really sad is that that woman, Valerie Duke, who was untouched and survived this, she was across the hall from Lisa Levy. It said she didn't hear anything, and she saw all the victims after. And dropped out of school on the first anniversary of the crime. And then 4 months later, died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
No way.
From the probably from the trauma of all of this. And it was before his trial.
Huh. That sucks. That sucks for her. That sucks for her family. It sucks that you gave him another victim.
Yeah. She is another victim.
Oh, absolutely. For
she
sure.
absolutely is.
You got to remember the time this was. We didn't have therapists.
1978.
Dude, like, trauma was looked down upon
Yeah.
at this time.
Yeah.
You were like the edges of society. You were kicked out of society with PTSD or trauma-induced afflictions.
People didn't understand it at all.
No.
Not like we do now.
Yeah.
Not at all. And there's still such a stigma around it. But what I find really interesting, though, like I was saying, is the escalation. The escalation working up to the point, because previously Ted Bundy typically only did one person at a time.
He did, yep.
This was not normal for him to go in a house and just unleash on multiple victims.
Yeah, you're right.
So that escalation, and thinking about the Idaho 4 case, and from the beginning, like I said, I didn't feel like this could be a first timer. I just don't. I still do not believe that whoever did this, if it's Brian Kohberger, then I think he has past victims.
Yeah.
If he's guilty, I think he has past victims, and we just don't know about it. But I found a study actually talking about the psychological or the psychology of serial killers, and talking about escalation in this. It talks about fantasies playing a significant role in the lives of serial killers. These fantasies provide an outlet for their inner desires and can escalate in intensity over time. Serial killers often engage in a process of fantasy reinforcement, where their violent thoughts become more elaborate and consuming, eventually leading to actualization, if I could talk, of their fantasies through murder. So we know they exhibit patterns of victim selection and escalation. These patterns can provide important insights into their psychological makeup. Here, we'll pass through this. Over time, serial killers may escalate their behavior, seeking increased thrill and satisfaction from their crimes. This escalation can manifest in various ways, including an increase in violence, frequency of killings, or a shift in the type of victim selected. The psychological factors driving this escalation can be related to a need for greater control, a desire to challenge law enforcement, or a personal need for recognition and notoriety.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I wonder, in the Idaho 4 case, if this is a case of escalation. It's not just, well, I planned on killing one person, but all these other people are here, so they're all victim of circumstance. If it's not that, where all these other people are victim of circumstances, and it is what I feel it is, and that it's escalation, which do you think would fit for the Idaho 4 crime? Do you have any... Do you naturally go one way or the other, that it's challenging of law enforcement, a personal need for recognition or notoriety, or a greater need for control? Or does it even fit escalation?
I don't think we'll ever be able to know without knowing who that suspect is, because how long was this crime thought out? Like, take the suspect out of the equation here. That's where I'm going right now. It doesn't matter if it's Brian Kohberger. It just doesn't matter. So when I'm thinking about it, was whoever the suspect, did they obsess on this crime day in and day out for weeks and or months, and did it with the intention of creating the perfect crime? Like, trained, planned, and practiced to get done in a certain amount of time quietly while being the most aggressive and violent possible. You know what I mean? Could that be the challenging law enforcement aspect? Making it to where law enforcement doesn't know who it is.
So maybe challenging law enforcement.
Maybe.
Or it's a multi-perp crime. So this doesn't fit at all.
Yeah.
It's not a serial killer.
Absolutely.
And honestly, the interaction before struck me because I didn't know Ted Bundy interacted with these people before he killed them. I thought, like you thought, he just ran up and broke into the sorority house. He interacted first. He scouted it out first.
Yeah.
Don't tell me that wasn't intentional. That was intentional, okay?
Yeah.
So that makes you wonder with the frat, there was an altercation earlier that night. And remember, you were talking about the statistics that you were curious. How many murders had an altercation first?
Yeah.
And it was linked to that altercation. And how many times was it not?
Yeah. It's an interesting question for sure.
It is.
Yeah. It is.
Because it seems like a heck of a coincidence. Now, you could argue a lot of the evidence against Brian Kohberger is also a heck of a coincidence.
Yep.
But it's just food for thought, like all of Thought Riot is. So,
yeah.
But let me know what you think in the comments. If you have any hypotheses or speculations or evidence or, research to add to this, I would love to hear it.
Let us know. All right. So what do you know about the Donovan Nicholas crime?
Literally nothing. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay. So this is why I was interested in it. Okay. And then we'll dig into it. We covered Elliot Rodger, the king of incels. Okay. And there were some very interesting background aspects to his life. And those interesting background aspects were the way he was raised, where his father was somewhere else, working and stuff. And he didn't get along with his stepmom. And it felt like he was kind of left to his own devices a lot of times, right? Mm-hmm. All right. Well, going back to the Donovan Nicholas case. So Donovan Asher Nicholas was born on July 9th of 2002. Now, one disclaimer I do want to say too, just because one of the content creators that I watch released this recently, like within the last couple weeks, a topic on this, and I had already added it to our list, but I never want anybody to feel like we're taking views from somebody. So make sure you go check Christina Randall out. She covers everything really good. Like, she's such a great speaker, and like, you feel like you're literally talking to her.
Christina Randall is one of my favorites. I love her.
And she covered this. So, she'll cover it in a different way than we do at Thought Riot, but still amazing and interesting. So check her out. So April of 2017, okay, he was 14 years old, and he was living with his father and his mom. But his mom was not his birth mom. His birth mom lost custody of him years earlier, and this was his stepmom. But from everything that we can tell, he looked at her as his mom. It's the only mom figure he had in his life. So by all accounts, it seemed like it was his mom, you know? So, and who was she? Her name was Heidi Faye Taylor. And she was a stay-at-home mom. Now, a little bit of background with Donovan. And this is what's interesting with the King of Incels story. Elliot Rodgers is with Donovan. His dad worked a lot. Okay. Was gone all the time traveling, literally all the time. Heidi was the stay-at-home mom. She picked him up from school. She took care of him. She, managed the day in and day out things of a 14-year-old kid, all the way from a young child to a 14-year-old kid, right? Well, by all accounts, Donovan seemed like a normal child, a normal 14-year-old child, except for one important aspect. He got whatever he wanted when it came to things. Okay, so he had computers, he had phones, he had tablets, he had all of these things, right? And he had a father that was gone traveling all the time. He had a stay-at-home mom where at 14, you butt heads with your mom. And I had my birth mother with me my whole life. And at 14, I butted heads with her.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's
Butted
the
heads
age.
with my mom.
Yeah.
Big time.
It's the age for sure. So
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that it's his stepmom. I think it has to do with his age. Okay. And for those of you watching, whenever I'm listening to a true crime story, I'm looking at it like a puzzle and I'm trying to make pieces fit. You know what I mean? That's just one thing that stood out to me as I was like, well, it can't be because he hated her or something because it was his stepmom. It's probably because of his age, right? So then what could have caused this situation? Well, let's find out what the situation is. So he got everything he wanted. He had a ton of time alone, and he had a stepmom that he called mom that he wasn't getting along with and felt like she was always up in his business. So what did he turn to? He turned to his electronics. He was on them all the time. Every second that he could be, he was on them. Every second that he was home, he was on them. While he was on them, he was doing the normal kid things and researching things and looking things up and whatever. And he came across a story. Now, I'm curious if you've heard of this. Have you ever heard of Jeff the Killer?
No.
No?
No?
So it's a creepypasta character. Yeah, I have. Oh. Yep, it's normally associated with like this certain face. You'll see it. But so he found Jeff the Killer, okay? And who Jeff the Killer is I got it here.
Oh, I guess I've seen that face. The
image. Yep.
I know Slender Man from creepypasta, but that's it.
Oh, creepypasta is filled with all kinds of different.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I only know of Slender Man.
Yeah.
That was like one of the most famous ones, I think, because I don't know that much about it.
So the infamous Jeff the Killer image, which I'm not doing editing, but I will try like overlays, but I'll try and put this one on the screen right here. But Jeff the Killer, born Jeffrey Woods, is the titular main protagonist turned to main antagonist of the 2011 and 2015 revamped creepypasta story of the same title, Jeff the Killer and Jeff Killer 2015. He is an adolescent serial killer, and registered creepypasta. He was disfigured after being set on fire while fighting a gang of bullies and lost his sanity after witnessing his new and beautiful face. Yeah. So essentially, okay, you guys, he went to a party. He was an outcast kid, nerdy kid, whatever, and would get picked on. And he went to this party, and this group of bullies started messing with him. Jeff the Killer ended up ending one of their lives and then got knocked out. All right. The next thing he knows, he wakes up in a hospital. And his face is all wrapped with bandages. Everything's wrapped with bandages. He doesn't know what's going on, whatever. Goes to the mirror and takes the bandages off and realizes his face is all scarred and disfigured and messed up.
And this is just the fictional story.
This is the fictional story, yes. Yeah. He's like shocked at first and then starts manically laughing And like, that's where Jeff the Killer is created. Okay. Then he goes home and he cuts Joker smileys into his face. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then goes on killing sprees. And that's Jeff the Killer. Okay. Now going back to Donovan, Donovan Nicholas, he's for some reason drew a connection to this character. Don't know why. I don't know the whole background of Jeff the Killer. I personally haven't read the whole story myself. I don't know what he associated himself with.
Seems like feeling like an outcast, and then probably vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but he was obsessed with this character. Okay, he was reading him all the time. There's writings and notes talking about, like, what he sees in Jeff the Killer and whatnot. It was taken to an unhealthy level. Okay.
An obsession.
Oh yeah. Big time obsession. Now Donovan got whatever he wanted, right?
Yep.
Whatever he wanted. And
spoiled rotten.
Yeah, spoiled rotten basically is what it sounds like here, right? And I never want to like point fingers at victims or anything like that, but we got to be able to objectively look back at situations to try and get a better outcome in these things. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And we not only have one example of this, but this is very similar in the background leading up to a really unfortunate situation. You know what I mean? So in April of 2017, okay, Donovan's dad's gone. Donovan's there with his mom, Heidi. And it's just a normal day. All right. And Heidi somehow picks up his phone and happens to look in it, through it, whatever, and realizes he's sending naked photos to somebody at 14.
Oh.
Yeah. So she takes his phone. They get in a little bit of an argument, and she tells him that I'm taking this and you're not getting it back till your dad comes home. So phone's gone, right? Well, fast forward a couple days, on April 6th of 2017 is again another normal day. His phone is gone. He comes home from school and takes a nap, eats some food, whatever, and something switches that day. There's no information around planning. There's no information before this of anything being wrong in this manner. But Donovan goes downstairs and gets a knife out of the kitchen. He then proceeds to go and hide somewhere in the... Oh, no. I'm sorry. He first gets like a sharp instrument, something to scar his face. And he marks his face with the smiley, puts on the Jeff the Killer outfit, which is a white hoodie and black pants, and then goes and hides. I think it was downstairs. It was downstairs. And he hides behind a door and starts calling Heidi. And remember, she didn't take his phone the same day. This is after. Okay. So she takes his phone, and a couple days later, this is going on out of what seems like nowhere. He hides behind a door and is calling for her, Mom, Mom, Mom. Once she comes down to find out what's wrong, what's going on, as soon as she walks past the door, he jumps her and starts attacking her.
Jeez.
Yeah.
With a knife, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I thought you said knife.
With a knife. And what's the worst part about this is that this was a super, super long struggle. it doesn't seem like it went really quick or fast, similar to like Idaho 4. It tracked through the entire house. It started downstairs. They ran into a kitchen area where it looks like it went around a table. You can then track the blood trail up the stairs. Like, most people believe she was going for her phone. Her phone was upstairs. I don't know if she was going for her phone, if she was just trying to get the heck away from him. You know what I mean?
Probably both.
Probably both. I don't know. Looking back on that situation, though, like,
run outside,
or you need to attack back to hurt, not to defend. You know what I mean? Like, if you're in a situation like this, even with it, your automatic reaction wouldn't be. This is such a hard thing because your automatic reaction wouldn't be to attack your kid back. It would be hard in this situation. But
it would probably be to be like, what are you doing? Stop.
Yeah.
You know, what are you, like, you can't do this. Like,
yeah.
It would probably be to, like, be a parent, not hurt your kid. But, like, that's the best thing to do is probably try to knock them out.
Oh, for sure.
You just punch them in the face,
Yeah.
like, as hard as you can.
I guess. I don't know if that would do it. I mean, it's a really low percentage chance that punches land and it's going to be a knockout. I think the best thing is to probably grab something to put in between you and them. Like, grab a chair, a table, something where you can just, like,
pin them,
get them away from you,
and
like, without arm's reach range. You know what I mean? I'm thinking a chair and, like, get back, you know?
A 14-year-old boy that's pretty big.
Yes, absolutely.
Like,
that is in puberty, maybe through it, depending on who the person is. And yeah, absolutely. And he wasn't a small kid. Now, going back to the story here, it tracks all the way upstairs to her room, to the master bedroom, where she's struggling at that point. She falls. He stops with the knife, goes and gets a drink of water, and then sees that she's not ended, grabs his dad's 9mm gun and shoots her in the forehead.
Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah. And we have the 911 call here that we're going to listen to. And for everyone that's listening on audio, you'll be hearing it now. But we are going to listen to it here. Give me 1 second.
Clark County with the transfer. He's at 4328 Valley Pike. Sir, go ahead.
I just killed my mother. And
what happened, sir?
I just killed my mother, and I need to go to the hospital.
And you're at 4328 Valley Pike?
Yes.
And what happened?
It wasn't me who killed her. It was Jeff.
What happened? Who did it?
Jeff. Yeah. I'm sorry, this is going to be really hard to explain, but I kind of have another person inside me. Like.
Okay. Are you okay?
No. I stabbed myself.
You stabbed yourself?
Yes.
What happened to your mom?
He killed her. She snapped.
Okay, what's your name?
Mine is Donovan Ashton Nicholas.
Donovan Nichols?
Nicholas.
All right, are you able to say who's with you?
I am by myself, me and Jeff.
Okay, and what happened to your mom? What did you do?
He stabbed her, then he shot her.
All right, so he stabbed her?
Then he shot her.
And
but
where shoot her?
In the head. But I swear it wasn't me. It was Jeff. Jeff is inside me.
Jess is inside you?
Yes.
Okay.
He sometimes takes control, and I've no control over him.
Okay.
No,
Where are you hurt, sir?
On my thigh. No, my leg.
Your leg? You stabbed your leg?
Yes.
Do you have any towels or anything on it that you can put on it? Okay,
Yes.
you did?
Mhm.
All right. Now, why did you hurt your mom, or why did Jess hurt your mom?
He was always tired of her. She always did drugs, and she totally like ignored me. Like once she hit me, and she was just she was done.
Sir, where's the gun and the knife?
The knife, I don't know.
You don't know? Where
no.
are they?
The gun is in the bedroom. I am down. I'm downstairs. I don't have any weapon on me.
Okay, so the gun is upstairs in the bedroom?
Yes.
What kind of gun is it? Is it a long gun, a short gun?
It is a 9mm.
It's a 9mm?
Yeah.
And you're downstairs, correct?
Yes.
Where's the knife at, sir?
I don't know.
You don't know where the knife is?
No, I can't walk.
You can't walk?
No.
Are you in the living room?
No, kitchen. Is somebody on their way, like an ambulance or something?
Yes, sir. I've got you help sent out, okay?
Okay. I swear it wasn't my fault. Just.
Are you doing okay?
It hurts so bad.
You hurt?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you have any animals in the house with you, or no?
No.
Okay. Is your house? Is it far off the road? Is it up close to the road?
It's close.
Okay.
I am so scared. I didn't want to kill her. I hate Jeff so much. He's gonna make me die in prison.
Is this Jess you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
He couldn't have taken somebody else. No, it took me. It took me to be a stupid person.
Sir, can you see the front door from where you are right now?
It's not the front door, but it's the door that we always use.
All right, sir.
Yes.
So can you see the front door from where you are in the kitchen?
Yes.
Yes? How far away do you think you are from the front door?
I don't know.
About 20 feet, 30 feet, somewhere around there?
The size of a normal kitchen.
I know you're in your kitchen. Are you very close to the door?
No. I am against the back wall.
Okay.
Am I going to get in trouble? Well, yeah, obviously.
We're gonna get you help out there, okay? I know you're hurt, all right? I know you're hurting. Is your leg? Do you still have a towel or anything on your leg?
Yes.
Okay. Can you press it down on there? That way it stops the bleeding. Can help stop it. Just press it on there hard, okay?
Okay. I'm sorry, I stuttered.
No, that's fine. That is perfectly okay, Donovan. That's okay. Okay?
Okay. Is the people that are going to be coming in my house, are they going to hurt me?
Sir, nobody's going to hurt you, okay? Nobody wants to hurt you, all right?
Okay. Because
nobody wants to hurt you. They just want to help you, okay?
Just no tasing or pepper spray or nothing like that. I swear I am not going to hurt anybody else. It was my fault. I'm just hurt.
Right. Are you doing okay?
It hurts.
It hurts really bad? What kind of knife did Jeff use?
Kitchen knife.
He used a kitchen knife? Was it a big one? Like,
It was a medium-sized one. It's bigger than a steak knife, but smaller than a bread knife. Oh. I'm just so scared. I don't want to die in prison. That's why it wasn't my fault.
You said Jeff did it. Is Jeff there? Is he still there with you?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, he's always inside me. He always talks to me. Well, here they are.
Who's there?
The police or the people.
The people to help you?
Yes.
Ow. All right. Are you still sitting on the ground?
Yes.
Okay.
They just walked past my door.
Okay. Did you... All right. And your leg still... Do you still have that towel on that leg?
Yes.
Okay, you do?
Yes. Why are they just standing there?
You're just sitting there? You're against the back wall? Are you okay? Donovan?
You okay? Anybody else here? My mom. Keep your hands. Okay, put your hands on your back. Okay? Don't move. Who's up there?
All right. So you guys will have just got done listening to the video or the 911 call. And we just got done listening to the 911 call. So what do you think?
I think he was lying.
You think so?
Yeah. At first he said, I killed my mom. And then he started to change it.
He said, yeah, I killed my mom. Well, Jeff killed my mom.
So what, you think he was being honest? That he has another personality?
So the cuts on the face, I don't know when that happened. I think that would be, if we could figure that out, I think you might be onto something. Because remember, in the crime, that when the stabbing stopped, he went to get a drink. That's weird.
Yeah.
You stopped stabbing to go get a drink? Or did he freak out and realize what happened and was like, oh, I need to try and fix this? And in my 14-year-old brain, he remembered, Jeff the killer, let me just act insane, blame it on somebody else that's not really here, but is here, not having an adult mind or a frontal lobe, and then realizes that, well, she would be able to know the difference. Or did he have such an obsession with technology and no guidance in life, he lost complete control, believing he had this thing in him?
Maybe. It initially struck me as a lie, but I could be wrong. He could be being honest that he thinks he has Jeff inside of him, but that's just how it struck me initially.
So when he was arrested, okay, he held on to this story. He was seen by 3 therapists, 3 psychologists, right? One of them said absolutely nothing's wrong with him. The other said he has anxiety. The third one said he has DID.
Wow.
Right? You know, they ended up charging him as an adult. Fought it. And why this is getting so much coverage right now is he just got let out 6 months ago.
What? What year did this happen in?
2017.
And he's out on the streets?
He's out. He did this at 14 years old. Got convicted as an adult. His dad helped him fight it, which it sounds like they had money, right? He got whatever he wanted. They fought it and fought it and fought it and fought it and fought it. And they got it overturned to be seen as a child, which then released him early. I don't know how I feel about that. I have no idea. I haven't thought about that part because I've been so obsessed with the psychology aspect of this. And if kids are left to their own devices in this situation where you have Elliot Rodger, where you have Donovan Nicholas, is this an ultimate outcome? Is there some kind of provable step guide that can cause this to happen to a kid?
I mean, I don't know if you'd be able to repeat it every time because I think it would depend on the child. But I do think there's certain factors that can lead to an increased chance this can happen. And
Like
that is
having everything you want and no guidance.
being spoiled, lack of parental guidance and attention, and unlimited use of technology like this. Kids are ultimately always going to find bad things on the internet. I found bad things on a Windows 95 computer or whatever, 98. As a kid, we got on rotten.com. We got on all kinds of really horrible stuff that has scarred me to this day, mind you. A lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And kids are always going to end up finding those things, and they're curious. All kids are like curious Georges. They want to know, they want to see.
Yeah.
Even if they're not ready for it, because they don't understand they're not ready for it.
Right.
So I think there are certain circumstances a child can be in that we have seen in cases over and over of lack of parental guidance, lack of attention, and outcast, and unlimited access, and being spoiled.
Yeah.
I think that those are all things that contributed to this for sure.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking too. I don't even know. I think that could disassociating and adopting this persona just be due to his age? You know what I mean? Could adopting this persona be due to a lack of frontal lobe partnered with a rash reaction of violence? One expert did see it. The other saw severe anxiety and something going on, and then one said nothing. Psychology is subjective. We know that.
So a lot of psychologists don't even think DID exists. Like a lot. They don't even think it's real.
Well, it could be that rare.
Yeah, I think it is.
And again, subjective.
It is subjective. That's proving that point that it's subjective because so many people don't even believe it's real. And then you have psychologists who treat DID like almost exclusively and fully believe that it's real.
Yeah. Yeah, so he gets out at 21.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know how I feel about that either. I think it would all depend on how much mental health help he got. I think that would be the key in this, because I think that clearly, based on his past and the situation, there was too much freedom, not enough teaching, parental guidance, which either led to him making a really selfish, self-centered decision and ending his mom because he didn't get his way or had his phone taken away or whatever, or it led to him developing this connection with Jeff the killer in such an obsessive and unhealthy way. That should have been seen. You know what I mean? Either way, I feel like mistakes were made here, and it's not victim blaming. It's not blaming anybody in this situation. We're all human and we all make mistakes, but how can we prevent this from repeating itself? Because I see a lot of connections here to the Elliot Rodger case. That if you're watching this, it's a members only video. The Elliot Rodgers King of Incels video is. So, very similar background, tons of money, got whatever he want, just no parents around.
Yep.
And he developed this center of the world, I deserve everything, everybody else needs to cater to me attitude, which ultimately led to, oh man, so many victims. But I'm curious what you guys think about it. He got out, from my understanding, is with his dad. From my understanding, Heidi's other two kids that at the time of this story were not living in this house. They were older, want nothing to do with him. And they were bonded like a family, like they were his brothers and sisters, and they want nothing to do with him. They took their mom away,
Yeah.
And it doesn't even sound like they want to know why. They don't want to know whether he has DID. They don't care, which, can you blame them?
No.
In this situation? I'm assuming it's one of those situations where it's like, look, you did something that was bad enough that I never want to see or think about you again. I don't wish any bad on you, but I also don't want to see you. You know what I mean?
I understand it, and it sounds like his dad seems pretty codependent.
Could be. I don't know. I don't think it was fair that he was charged as an adult. 14's too young for that. That's one thing I know. Should he have gotten out already? I don't know. I think that would depend on the expert reports around psychology.
Well, I think
14 should be a child.
If you consider that and you say, well, 14 should be a child no matter the crime, then that child better be going through extensive therapy and everything they need to do to get out and become a part of society. And they need to be evaluated and reevaluated so that they're considered safe before they're released.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like, there should be a plan. This doesn't sound like it was a plan. It sounded like he was meant to be in there for life.
Yeah.
And he was just released because his daddy's got money.
I hear you, but the details around it, said that he shouldn't have been charged as an adult, and, they had time served. He met the qualifications and minimum requirements involving his child sentence, not adult sentence, once it got overturned. And they let him out. It was time served.
Dang.
Yeah. But let me know what you guys think.
So I saw this breaking all over YouTube, all over the internet, all over the true crime community, from Drunk Turkey to Plunder. Like, everybody was talking about this during the holidays because Savannah Soto, who was full term in her pregnancy, went missing only days before Christmas. Or wait. Was it right before Christmas? I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was. I think that was part of this. Hold on. I'm trying to remember the exact date. Yes, 12/23 is the day that they were reported missing in Leon Valley. Her and her boyfriend, Matthew Guerra. Now, there's a lot of interesting aspects to this case. It's really, really tragic what it ends up being, but she was missing. Everybody, like her family, her boyfriend's family, were on the internet, on social media, asking everybody to keep an eye out, talking about it. And of course, there were rumors going around.
Okay.
Apparently, in the past, Matthew had put his hands on Savannah to the point where she had to go to the hospital. It got that bad.
Okay.
So there were a lot of rumors going around that maybe he had done something to her, because her mother said she was literally supposed to be on her way to the hospital to get induced, and she didn't show up.
No way.
And so her mother was very worried.
The boyfriend had to be included in that.
She
right? Was it his kid?
It was his kid. But so she's overdue. Like, she's literally overdue and needs to be induced because the baby's been in too long at this point. Like, they got to get it out now. And she doesn't show up, and her family's worried sick, of course. And these rumors start circulating, and we see all these images online of him holding up stacks of money, drugs, other things. And yes, he dealt drugs. I do not know the extent of that. I know A.R. Hayes said it was just weed. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. Sorry if I misquoted him. But then I heard Plunder talking about like how there was multiple substances, and there was rumors amongst people who knew him saying that he was moving real weight.
I mean, no, he wasn't. If he was moving real weight, he wouldn't have pictures of money.
That is exactly what AR has said too, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
Dude, anybody who's moving real weight is not on the internet flashing that stuff around.
No.
You are totally bottom line, okay?
Yep.
Like, you are a foot soldier. You're not moving anything big.
Yep.
Okay. So with all of that included, I think that he was the main suspect. And then there were rumors going around that his family was covering for him or had something to do with it. And then his brother actually posted a video online saying that he was raised by a good family, but it wasn't us. It wasn't me and my mom. It was his father raising him. And it was a good family, and he's a good person. And even if he did put hands on her in the past, it doesn't mean that he did this now, and he doesn't think that. But if he did do something to her, obviously he's not going to support him, and that's not okay. But he loves his brother, and to stop accusing their family of all of this stuff, it was getting to be too much. They couldn't handle all the rumors and the threats and everything. And anybody who does that, just come on, let the investigators work it out. The investigators clearly had some leads. They ended up releasing surveillance footage of their car, which is crazy. That came out before we knew anything about the bodies that they ended up finding. So there's this surveillance video that they let out, and they don't give super specifics. All they say is, look, there is this silver Kia Optima and this dark pickup truck, and it's near where it's nearby where we think they, you know what I mean? It's near the time and everything that's going on. So basically what they did is they found the bodies, they found Savannah's phone. I think I just got that backwards, didn't I? Pretty sure I got that backwards.
What?
So they did find the bodies first. My bad. So they find the bodies, and let's just go over that first, okay? Yep. So finally this comes to an end. I got that mixed up in my head. Finally this comes to an end, okay, where they find the bodies and they're no longer missing, and it's in this back road by an apartment complex, and it's appears to be just dumped there. And both of them are in the car. Now, I don't know exactly where each person was.
Both of them is who? The
Savannah
boyfriend?
and Matthew. Or both the girl and the boyfriend are both in there, and they're both deceased, and they both have gunshot wounds to their heads, behind the right ear, both. Matthew specifically, according to the police, his wound touched the muzzle of the gun. Like the muzzle of the gun touched his head.
It would have to if you're riding in the passenger seat. Was he in the passenger seat or was he driving?
Well, I assume he would have been driving because I believe Savannah was in the passenger seat.
Okay, then that was just by choice.
And Matthew was found, supposedly, it looked like he had been dragged into the car. There was rumors that his pants were down and he looked like he had been tortured at some point, and that Savannah was in the passenger seat with the baby car seat on top of her. Weird, right?
Yeah. Awful.
But that's what one of the family members said online. Horrible. Like, by all accounts, the family and everyone who knew her said she was super excited to be a mom. She was really, really happy, really excited, and had everything prepared and was ready to go to the hospital and have this baby. And then this happens. So investigators get a hold of Savannah's phone. Matthew's phone was not found, but Savannah's phone was there and they got it. And they ended up finding like coordinates, GPS coordinates that showed where the car had been to that night. And they found an address, and it actually led them to surveillance footage. So this surveillance footage shows their silver Kia Optima that they were found in. That's their car. And it shows it side by side with a dark pickup truck. And you see two people, and I heard I heard rumors that there was actually 3 people in it, but I didn't see that. But you see this heavyset guy get out of the pickup truck, and he's got a towel, and like you see this other littler person, and like it's like almost like a trade-off or something, and he gives them a towel, and then they drive off. And apparently this surveillance footage was nearby the crime and a few days before they found the bodies. Nearby the crime scene or the dumping area, because I don't think investigators believe that the crime actually happened there. They believe, and especially with the surveillance footage, like clearly whoever was involved drove the car.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
they could, if depending on the circumstances. Someone else could also be in the back seat with a gun to them saying, turn right here, turn left here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why I thought the gunshot wounds were from somebody sitting in the back seat directing them where to go. And essentially they were driving themselves to their death.
Well, it very well could have been that. It could have been. And I assume they would have moved Matthew out of the driver's seat to put him in the back seat so they could drive the car. Because we know they drove the car.
Okay.
So, the cops were asking about the surveillance footage. They put it out there and said, if you recognize anybody, like, please let us know. If you have any information, let us know. And then we see the arrest. These came out. So 8 days after they were found in their car, there were 2 arrests, and that is of Christopher Prasado, who is 19, and his father, Ramon Prasado, who's 53. And by the way, Savannah was 18 and Matthew was 22. So Christopher was initially charged with capital murder, and his dad was initially charged with abuse of a corpse, and after helping him discard of the bodies. I think there was an additional charge to that, though. I'm pretty positive there was, because I think Christopher's now charged with 3 crimes and his dad is charged with 2. Yeah, so Altering, destroying, and concealing a human corpse is the third one. So that's initially what they're charged with, and then they add on to Christopher's charges with the two his dad is charged with, which is abuse of a corpse and altering, destroying, concealing a corpse, a human corpse. So then they do this perp walk where they walk them in, where it's the media is all there and they're videotaping the father and they're asking him questions and stuff. And he's like, you don't know the whole story. And they ask him if he feels bad about everything. And he's like, do you feel bad about what you're putting out there? Like talking to the media. It's really weird. But apparently, so they had Savannah's phone. They find out where this car had traveled that night. They get this surveillance footage, and all this information leads them to Ramon Prasado, the dad, his house. And they knock on the door, and he immediately cooperates. Immediately. And him and his son confess.
Whoa.
But they're claiming it was self-defense. That it was a drug deal gone bad, and that Matthew was the one trying to shoot Christopher, and Christopher manipulated the gun away from him and shot him.
Okay, then what about the girlfriend?
Exactly. And what about being that? So the cops already don't from what I've seen, they don't believe it. I don't think they believe it at all. I think that
it was a robbery.
Yeah, yep. They essentially said that the wounds don't match that. And they don't. If someone's pointing a gun at you, you don't shoot both people in the exact same place right here.
Yeah.
Like that, you're right. That is from the back seat going like this to both people. Mm-hmm. That's what that is.
That's what I think, yeah.
Yeah. And then Matthew was drugged because he had to drive the car. So he drug him into the back seat.
Yeah.
I don't know why Savannah would have the car seat on her lap unless she was trying to protect her baby after something happened to her boyfriend and she was scared. Yeah. Which is really awful to think about. Like being pregnant and worried about your baby and you're like, oh my gosh, I should be at the hospital. Like, you know, this can't be happening. Like, because she probably was last. And that's sad to think about. I feel really bad for the families. Like, you know, the grandparents a lot of times are just so excited to be a grandparent. And like, there's so much happiness surrounding that whole situation of being pregnant and your parents being excited and all that. And it's what's even worse is that Savannah Soto's parents, this isn't the first time they've been through this. Her 15-year-old brother was murdered.
No.
Literally only a year ago. And they just went through another court process of getting his murderer convicted. And he actually did something on the stand that made them attack him. Like they literally got into a fight in the courtroom with that guy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wild story.
I know. So with the unborn baby, that could carry additional charges, though they haven't been charged of it yet.
They better be.
Well,
otherwise I'll be disappointed.
She's full term. He knew. He knew. He if he was robbing them, like I suspect, like we both suspect, he knew.
Yeah.
He probably dealt with them regularly. He probably knew about the cash that guy was flaunting. He probably knew about what he had. He probably knew everything.
Yeah.
And you can see when somebody's full term. She wasn't tiny at that point. She was full term.
No. Yeah. When somebody's full term, it shows in their whole body.
And she was overdue.
Yeah.
Overdue. Like literally going to get induced that morning.
Yeah. No, yes, I agree. There's no way around that.
So, and what do you think about the father covering up the crimes of his son? Like, I guarantee you that towel was to wipe things down. And oh, by the way, they didn't. So initially, when the bodies were first found, people started thinking, because, Matthew was suspected. They were like, oh, well, was it he killed her and then killed himself situation? And the cops didn't believe that. It seemed like at any point, because no gun was found in the car at all. Only shell.
Yeah, then
only
dude.
only shell casings were found in the car.
Yeah. I mean, the shell casing should tell you where the shooter came from too, because assuming that it's like most guns, which the shell releases on the left-hand side of the gun, which would make it shoot backwards. If the gun was pointed like this, they would be in the back seat on both of them. So,
unless they move stuff like that around. But he also confessed to it so quickly, like
they're trying to get out of it. Here's the thing: if cops show up at your door, you're catching these charges, dude.
Yeah.
They're not there to just ask you something. Like you're on the radar.
They make
you're
connections.
caught.
Yeah,
and maybe they said, "Look, hopefully they don't test it. Hopefully this. Hopefully that." But if they show up here, they're on to us, so we need to have a story. You know what I mean?
Cooperated
They probably
immediately.
talked about it beforehand. We're like, if they show up here, this is what we're going to do. And if they don't, then this is what we're going to do. And you know what I mean?
Well, in a self-defense claim, if you can make that work in Texas, it's a good way to try to get off. But I don't think this is a good way. I don't think he's going to win.
No
way.
Dude,
this self-defense
there's a
claim,
pregnant woman involved.
Well, and the nature of the wounds. Like, dude, no way you're going to get self-defense on the nature of those wounds. Like, it's so obvious that's not self-defense. You
just have two men who killed a full-term, on her way to the hospital, pregnant woman. Good luck with that. Trying to get off.
Right. And
you're both guilty. Like,
you're on camera. You're on surveillance footage. Like, your car, your truck is on surveillance footage. You admitted to it and then tried to claim it was self-defense. Like, seriously, lock them up and throw away the key.
I agree.
His father trying to cover it up at all just is disgusting. Come on.
I agree with you. It is.
Because he saw it too. Like, can you imagine rolling up to a crime your son committed and there's a pregnant woman in the seat and
Yeah. Ugh.
What? Like, what were you thinking, my man? You're 50. 53. It's just disgusting. I understand everyone's argument is like, anyone would help their kid. And I'm like, no, not if that kid just committed murder.
No. I would help them be held accountable.
Like the Petito case, the laundries.
Yeah.
That's what that reminds me of, because that's what they did.
I would help them be held accountable.
Right.
You can love them from prison, dude, but you got to do your time.
Yeah, you need to take accountability. Like, you took a human life. That is unforgivable.
Yeah, and I believe in our social laws and rules and everything. So you can't believe in those and choose not to follow them. That's not how things work,
Yeah.
This is a horrible case. No wonder it was being talked about so much. Gosh.
Yeah.
Awful.
I mean, do you think the most likely scenario is he was trying to rob them?
Yeah.
That's the most likely that comes to your head?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. And, I never, ever, ever want to come off like I'm victim blaming, but people make the decisions in their life that puts them in other situations, and big time don't flash money because they know that catches sight from police, from other people that want that money. And I've known big timers, for real big timers, that move as much weight as a shipping container boat, like that much. And you would never suspected. They are not driving around in red hot Ferraris. They are not wearing $10,000 suits. They are not doing any of those things.
They look as normal as possible.
Yes, because they're not normal.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
The normal people are the ones that try to look not normal.
Right.
Yep.
Exactly.
So
anyway, like I said, the creators I mentioned before, Plunder did a great job showing some of the footage. I really appreciate Plunder's coverage on a lot of cases. I think she's fantastic. Drunk Turkey actually went and walked around down where the car was found. And
really?
His insight was like, whoever dumped this here knew this was here. He said, this is not like this just seems like out of the way, and it seems like somebody who knew this was here and has a connection somehow to know that this is here, that where it was. But he's done a great job covering it too. The guys over at Drunk Turkey, Daniel and Big Blue. So shout out to them, and let us know what you think. If you have any other theories on what could have actually happened, what Christopher did that night. And condolences to their families. Like, this is extremely, extremely tragic during the holidays too. Like, they were going to have a new baby on Christmas, and now they lost multiple family members, and it's just unthinkable. I hope they're doing okay, or as okay as they can,
And hopefully everyone leaves the boyfriend's family alone, completely and totally alone. Because even if he made decisions that got him on this person's radar and map, he still didn't choose for them to get their lives ended. Like that there is no connection where he's the victim and he's to blame, so attack fam. Like, come on.
Yeah.
There's no connections there.
No.
We look at somebody else's mistakes to try and learn from them, not to try and judge them and put them down.
Exactly.
Because we all make mistakes. Just some mistakes are more life-threatening than others, unfortunately.
Yeah, they carry more risk than others.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't deserve what happened to them. So
no, they didn't.
They really didn't. But again, we want to know what you think, so leave it in the comments.
All right, so for my last story here tonight, and it was actually meant to be covered last week, but some things happened, and it ended up not getting covered last week. So we're covering it this week. But so many people have been asking us about this, and I've been waiting to cover it because it is so disturbing. It just mind-blowingly crazy, okay? We have the Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt updates, okay? They've been in front of the judge. I guess we'll start with Ruby because there's some weird twists there that I'm curious what people think about. So, Ruby Franke accepted a plea deal, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Within that plea deal, there were some rules to it. The first one was to testify against Jodi Hildebrandt. And Ruby Franke agreed to testify against Jodi Hildebrandt. Now, she not only was willing to testify against her, but I believe her approach is to straight up 100% and totally throw her under the bus and blame her for all of her actions.
Duh.
Yeah.
For sure that's what it is.
Yeah.
Do you think Ruby Franke has any kind of integrity?
No.
Can take any kind of accountability?
No.
That's a funny word to her.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, the certified mental fitness trainer. That's such a stupid title. Certified mental fitness trainer.
Tell me, when did she think that sounded smart
or
catchy?
That was Jodi Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke together.
Yeah.
A certified mental fitness trainer. Oh man, that's bad.
That's real bad.
But anyways, so yeah, so she agreed to testify. Now the other stipulation to her plea was that she made a statement about what she did, and that's a pretty common thing that we see that they have to do is make like a public statement of your wrongdoings. You know what I mean? Now, this is horrible stuff. Actually, I had to take pictures on my phone here of her direct statement. Let me see here. Okay. Have you heard it?
No.
All right. Plea agreement statement. From approximately May 22nd of 2023 until August 30th of 2023 in Washington County, Utah, the defendant, Ruby Franke, intentionally or knowingly inflicted and allowed another adult to inflict serious injuries upon her children that were ages 9 and 11 to 12, as more fully described below. Count 1, the defendant's actions involved the physical torture of RF. Initially, RF was forced to do physical tasks for hours, the boy, and days at a time. These included wall sits, carrying boxes full of books up and down stairs, and working outside. Eventually, he was forced to do outside labor without shoes in the summer heat. He was forced to stand in the direct sunlight for several days. He was forced to remain outside at all hours of the day and night for extended periods of time. These actions resulted in repeated and serious sunburns with blistering and slowing skin. He was denied adequate water for several of the days. He was required to remain in the summer heat, and he was punished when he secretly consumed water. He was denied sufficient food, and when given food, he was given very plain meals, rice or chicken, while others in the house ate regular and more flavorful meals. Many times oh man, are these mixed up now?
My freaking does that all the time.
So, it goes on to say that he had attempted to run away, okay? And what they did is they bound his arms and legs at different times. And then there were other times where they bound his arms to another person, another adult, okay? Many times the bindings included using 2 sets of handcuffs, one on RF's wrists and another one on his ankles, effectively hog tying, tying them together. At times, with him laying on his stomach, ropes were used to tie the 2 sets of handcuffs together so that his arms and lower legs were lifted off the ground. Bindings resulted in injuries to his wrists and ankles, where the handcuffs cut through the skin and damaged the muscle tissue. These injuries were treated with homeopathic remedies and were covered with duct tape. Then the bindings were placed on top of the duct tape. Specifically, instances of abuse were committed by the defendant included 1, kicking him while wearing boots, holding his head underwater, and cutting off oxygen by placing her hands over his nose and mouth. The actions described above caused severe emotional harm due to the fact that they began in May and escalated throughout the summer months. Additionally, the defendant and another adult regularly sought to indoctrinate him and convince him that he was evil and possessed, and that he needed to willingly be obedient to avoid punishments, and that the punishments were necessary to repent. He was also told that everything that was being done to him were acts of love. The defendant's actions were also caused count 3. The defendant's actions also caused severe harm to the daughter. Other than binding and specific instances of abuse to RF, was subjected to EF was subjected to the same treatment as her brother. She was isolated and forced to do physical tasks, remain outside, denied food and water. She was also told repeatedly that she was evil and that the punishments were necessary to be obedient and repent, and that she was convinced that she was evil and needed to go through these things to repent. The defendant's actions caused 2 or more physical injuries to EF. She was forced to work outside in the heat barefoot. She was also forced to run barefoot on dirt roads for extended periods of time. EF's feet were repeatedly injured and damaged, and she was repeatedly sunburned. When examined on August 30th, these wounds were apparent by scabs, blisters, and sewing skin.
Ugh.
Yeah. Crazy, right?
So they went way harder on the boy, but still pretty hard
I don't
on
know,
her.
man. I don't know. And that's only because I have a little bit more knowledge than you do. So let's get through this first. So I was absolutely blown away by that. So they were not only straight up physically abusing these kids, like
They were torturing them.
they were torturing them every day, day in and day out.
Lack
So
of sleep, lack of food, physical torture.
not letting them sleep inside, not eating them, keeping them outside, working in the sun without adequate water. I mean, their lives are on the line right there, okay? And
They're
not
making their minds as weak as possible, too. That's the goal.
These are adults, though. Like, what is the point of making their minds weak,
So that
dude?
they can force them to do what they want.
They're creating sociopaths. You're creating serial killers.
Yeah, you're
That's
creating extremely
how
damaged people. Yes.
Are these adults not seeing that?
Because they themselves are psycho. It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts.
I was blown away when I heard that. Like those details, I wasn't expecting that. What the couple things I wasn't expecting, like, was I thinking, okay, outside working a long time in the sun? Yeah, I wasn't expecting to hear forced to stay outside in the sun without clothes on multiple days to where you're getting sunburns to the point of blisters and continuing to remain them outside in the sun without water. Heat stroke, death. Like, okay, I wasn't expecting to hear held their head underwater, suffocating them, or having them handcuffed spread eagle and then suffocating them. Blown away. That's insanity.
Do you think Jodi has some kind of gratification?
I don't know.
Like
I
a
am
serial
not
killer?
I am not one person that feels like Ruby was indoctrinated into this. I think Ruby
Was a willing participant.
was a willing participant.
Absolutely.
I do not think she gets to point the finger at Jodi and say it was all her, the bad woman, that she made me do.
I believe Ruby was abusive before Jodi was ever in the picture.
She was.
She absolutely was.
And I hope they take that into consideration.
They better. And, I just wonder, because Jodi's done this to multiple kids in the past. Her own niece. We heard it from her own niece.
She was staying outside. Yep. No
all
water,
of these things.
Duct tape. Yeah.
Duct tape on her mouth and being tied up and all these things. So it makes me wonder if Jodi, with those specific things, gets off on it somehow. And then Ruby hooked up with her and was already abusive and heard this whole philosophy Jodi has and was like, yeah, let's do it.
There's 2 types of people in the world. There is the sociopathic abuser, okay, that is intelligent and has a high enough IQ to understand they're different than the rest of society. And they're so smart that they can pretend to be normal while being on a constant power trip and taking advantage of people in every way they can. I don't think Jodi's that, okay? I think she's the other one, where she truly believes what she's doing is right. And she feels like she needs to do this because she has her own urges inside of her, like lesbian urges or gay urges or whatever. There's a reason why she targets the woman and abuses the man, okay? And I think that they have something to do with some kind of sexual desire. And I don't think she's intelligent, not to that level. And I think that she's constantly trying to make every other person around her, except for the women that she's attracted to, more evil than she feels about herself. That's what I believe I'm seeing here. And I don't think it matters that it's a kid. I don't think it matters that it's an adult. I don't think any of that has to do with it, because it is a selfish obsession of hers to constantly need to reapprove her own insecurities and evilness that she feels about her own self by making everyone else appear more evil to herself. And I think this is how she does it. And I think she was attracted to Ruby Franke.
Oh, yeah.
And Ruby was already an abuser. And although Jodi Hildebrandt had constantly separated men and women through her whole career, which is classified as abuse, it was never to this extent until she came in contact with someone that was just as much of an abuser as she was, and they exponentially multiplied.
Oh, yeah, it got, like, this is definitely worse than her niece's accounts.
By far.
Yeah.
Way
her
worse.
niece's accounts were already really bad, and this took it to another level.
It sure did. This took it to a life-threatening level, not a lifelong trauma level. These kids are lucky to be alive right now.
They are.
So, taking all of that into account, okay, so Ruby Franke took the plea deal first and agreed to testify against
No wonder that neighbor was
Jodi.
in tears.
Yeah, dude, it must have been awful with the sunburns and like everything, and then like it doesn't,
and the wounds.
One sentence about the daughter doesn't do it justice enough. I don't know if you guys have ever ran barefoot without prepping your feet to run barefoot, because there are people out there that run barefoot, like that's a thing, but they've gotten their feet prepped like months, if not years of time, with calluses built up and stuff where they can do it. You take somebody that is normally wears shoes and socks all the time, then you put them outside on a dirt road and tell them run and you can't stop. Dude, you're shredding your feet. Like,
they're going to bleed.
If not to the bone. Okay? Like, that is horrible abuse on top of it, you know, for her. Now, getting to Jodi's stuff. So, because Ruby Franke took the plea first, a lot of people were wondering, was Jodi going to take the plea? Does she have any options to try and get out of this in this situation, since Ruby is choosing to essentially flip on her, right? Well, I'm actually surprised that she did take a plea. Jodi took a plea, but she agreed to take a plea too. And similar, a similar agreement here where she had to come out and admit to what she did. I don't have those specific details because they're very similar to the same account right here of what we just heard. However, Jodi also talked about further and continued abuse into the daughter. And one of the things that Jodi made her do while Ruby was present, all right, was Jodi had added to her plea and statement that Ruby didn't have in hers, was more focus on the girl, and Ruby was stepped away. I don't really understand why, but she was present during that. And one thing that she said that she did was she made her over and over and over and over again jump into a cactus.
What?
Yeah.
Who made her do that?
Jodi.
Jodi made her do it?
Yep. Ruby was right there next to her, but yeah.
So that they did it all together.
Yeah, essentially. Yep.
In addition to the cactus. I can't. Gosh.
Yeah.
It's weird Mormon cult stuff, man. That reminds me of the Vallow case, dude. If that little boy hadn't escaped, this would be Vallow all over again.
I agree 100%. I agree with you 100%. Yeah.
They would be being asked, "Where's the kids? Where's the kids?" And then you would find them buried somewhere.
Yep, buried behind her house, honestly, is what I think would have ended up happening here.
She was literally taking them to that point.
Yeah, and Jodi and Ruby going on a lover's run together.
Yep. very
similar.
Yep.
And I don't understand it. I don't get it. I think this is one of the worst things that I've ever heard. And I commend that justice system there, that they make them come out and make this statement publicly, because this will follow them forever. If they ever get out of prison, they better never get out of prison, dude. Like, either of them. I already see mainstream media and news favoring Jodi to be more guilty, and I don't agree with that.
No.
I think they are equally guilty in this situation. Just because Jodi has a past, which all those people can sue her after all this, where they will now have the proof and backing whatever they need to sue her. She can be held accountable for those things separately, but those things don't make her more guilty. This is guilty enough, in my opinion, to never be let out for both of them.
They straight up tortured people. Like, I feel like this could be attempted murder.
I agree. It could be attempted murder. I think it could be attempted murder with holding head underwater, suffocating,
like
and
many counts.
The outside not giving water, heat stroke. That's serious, dude. Heat stroke is so serious.
I feel like they should have multiple stacks of attempted murder, and I don't know what you charge for torture, but
I think they have a potential here. Where is it? I wrote it down. Has a potential of 60 years. Okay. So they plead down to 4 charges. And this is what's interesting. This is the only thing that I'm worried about. And there was an expert that talked about this. Okay. So Utah has an indeterminate sentence, where it's a type of custodial sentence that consists of a range of years, such as 5 to 10 and not fixed time, which means the convicted person's release date is left open to the board of what's it called? The board of something. It's the parole board. It's the parole board. So basically, a judge is just there to say you're guilty or innocent, and then that says, okay, well, now you're going to do time. Then you go to the prison where the parole board is, and the parole board says, this is how much time you're doing. The judge doesn't say that. Yep. And then in Utah, 40% of that time consecutive on each is what they can serve. So an expert was estimating like 2 to 3, was estimating 4 to 8 years. Yeah. I don't agree with that.
Well, I think that's what's going to happen. They took plea deals. I think that's what's going to happen.
I just don't agree with it. I think, okay, they took plea deals and they got 2 charges knocked off. Give them 30 years. I'm serious. I'm not playing.
I know.
The maximum 60, give them 30. Maybe you'll get out in this lifetime. Not definitely you'll get out in this lifetime. Maybe.
No, I think they should have got life, both of them. I don't even think they should have been allowed to take plea deals. I don't think a plea deal should have even been offered.
Well, I don't want to overcharge, and the kids didn't die. So I don't think that child abuse warrants a life term when our life terms aren't even always life terms. They're like 25 to life. But
I think
I do
torture.
think 30 years is fair.
Yeah. I mean, I think torturing kids to the point where you could kill them and over and over and over for an extended amount of time makes you one of the most heinous people on the planet.
I agree with you.
And that makes you such a danger that I do think you should be in prison for life.
I agree with the one of the most heinous people on this planet. However, there's a whole bunch of other factors that come into play with that. Because while me and you understand that they were risking their lives in each of those situations, can you prove that they knew they were risking their lives? Because if they didn't, then the intention isn't there. So it just brings in a whole bunch of other factors. So they're disgusting. I don't want them to be out in this lifetime. But I also don't think it's fair for somebody that commits child abuse to be like, you're just going to be locked away forever.
Yeah, it's the factors surrounding this specific case. I'm not applying that to all child abuse because I think there's instances where somebody doesn't deserve to go to prison for the rest of their life. But
yeah. But I'm curious what you guys think. This was absolutely awful. I hope that you got the update and we will get to see them locked away and that key thrown out the window, never to be returned until they're ready to bury their bodies.
It's a lot worse than I thought.
Oh, it's way worse than I thought. Like, way worse than I thought, dude. If I had to give an estimation, I was thinking that being tied to the ground hogtied like that was the bad part. I maybe expected to see kicked or something like that. Honestly, I didn't expect to see an aggressive act like literally hit or kicked. I just didn't expect to see any of that. Literally any of it. Maybe the carrying books up and down the stairs, okay? Like corporal punishment. Like, I would have expected to see that there. But
I expected
suffocating them by putting their head underwater, handcuffing them to the ground and then holding their nose and mouth and suffocating, like forcing them to stay out in that hot desert sun for multiple days without water and burning on top of burns on top of burns. Like, gosh.
I just thought that
dude,
it was mostly going to be like taking away food, like we saw with Ruby's videos in the past, and like tying them there so they couldn't have freedom. Like that's and like trying to indoctrinate them. Like I didn't think it was going to be all that corporal punishment in addition to torture. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's real bad. Like
it's as bad as it gets.
It's as bad as it could possibly get.
Let me know what you guys think about it.
They are monsters.
And they are monsters. And we'll talk to you soon. And that is the end of episode 25 of Thought Riot Podcast, the true crime and criminal culture podcast. I am your host, Brendan.
And I am your more favorite host, Malia.
And make sure you do all the podcast things on all the podcast platforms, Apple, Spotify, Google, Amazon, and every other platform around the world. Hit that like button, leave us a comment, and we appreciate all of you. And we'll see you next time.
Yep. Thanks for being here, guys. And have a great night or day or whatever, wherever you are.
See ya.
Bye.